guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. military is warning that China is rapidly building a large force of space weapons, including sophisticated anti-satellite missiles, lasers, jammers, orbiting killer robots, and cyber tools to blind and deafen a war enemy. The Pentagon released details of Beijing's growing space arms arsenal last week in its annual report to Congress on the Chinese military. The New York Police Department revealed Monday that anti-Semitic hate crimes in the city have more than doubled from this time a year ago. The 125% rise came the same month the artist, formerly known as Kanye West, unleashed a slew of comments online and in interviews. And Brooklyn Nets star Kyrie Irving was suspended and has lost multiple endorsements for, quote, conduct detrimental to the team, after sharing a link on social media to an anti-Semitic movie. In Hawaii, Mother Nature is fighting off the winter with warmth, the way only she can.
Lava continues to slowly advance toward a key highway on Hawaii's Big Island. On Sunday, David Phillips of the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory said lava is about 2.4 miles from Daniel K. Inouye Highway. As for the more than week-old Mauna Leoa eruption, lava is still spewing out of fissure number 3. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
And in the Hollywood Hills, many are solemn tonight. Actress Kirstie Alley has died at the age of 71 after a short battle with cancer. Alley rose to fame in 1987 when she starred as Rebecca Howe on NBC's Cheers, a role for which she earned a Golden Globe and an Emmy. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medi-Share saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills, and it really is a great community, too. people encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medi-Share Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Runoff elections in the state of Georgia take place on Tuesday to decide not just who will be the state's second senator, but which party will take that final seat in Congress, which right now is split with 50 Democrats and 49 Republicans. Meanwhile, in Washington,
lawmakers have until December 16th to pass a funding bill to keep the government running. Democrats want to pass a spending package that would fund the government through the rest of the 2023 fiscal year. Many Republicans are opposed to this, including New York Republican Congressman-elect Mike Lawler, who weighs in on the issue on Fox News.
There should not be a long-term spending bill here. A continuing resolution should be passed to fund the government into January so that the new Congress, myself included, can get in there and rein in this reckless, out-of-control spending.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And a scientist named Andrew Huff of EcoHealth Alliance, the U.S. taxpayer-funded nonprofit group that collaborated with the Chinese laboratory on bat virus research, now claims that COVID-19 was man-made and that he saw the potential for the lab leak as early as 2016. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. Get clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
That would be my cue, right? Get this show on the road. All righty. We close out a Monday. It will be officially runoff election day in Georgia. You know, one question I have is, will we know by the end of the day, 24 hours from now, will we know? Or is this going to be another one of those, give it 2 or 3 days. Takes a while to count. Yeah, one of the headlines from Drudge, top headline. Republican hopes fade in Georgia, it reads. I guess I think they're going by all the latest polls. It was kind of a barnstorming day, as you call it, in Georgia on Monday. And a final day to get your message out. As if by now the people in the state haven't heard the message. I mean, months and months and months of campaigning leading up to the midterm election. Of course, this is all about someone has to reach that 50% threshold, which undoubtedly will be the case since there's just the two on the ballot. Warnock, according to the polls, Warnock is leading. Some polls say it's a dead heat. It's pretty much the same as it was leading up to the actual midterm election day. But yeah, big day. We will find out at some point in time, right? Meanwhile, hope your week's off to a good start. As again, we close out a Monday in the Eastern Time Zone. Good evening to the rest of the country, as we will work our way time zone to time zone across the country into a Tuesday, 6th day of December. Well, if you love a rainy night, you've got it in the southeast. A lot of scattered showers from storm system number 1. Yeah, look at it. A lot of scattered showers, light rain from Nashville to Knoxville. Down into central portions of Alabama. Showers between Tuscaloosa and Huntsville. We have an area of heavier rains over in north central and northeast and east central Georgia. Go just to the north of Atlanta, east of Atlanta. You've got pretty heavy rain all the way up into southeastern Tennessee. Yeah, the westernmost reaches of North Carolina. Heavy rains over to right about the Georgia-South Carolina line. And then still a lot of lighter rain. But nonetheless, it's raining tonight through much of South Carolina. Well, there's, as I mentioned, number one of a pair of storms that are packing plenty of moisture. They're going to kind of overlap. They're going to bring enough much-needed rain to trigger some small stream flooding in a large part of the central USA. You got the combination of a stalled cold front and disturbances or storms moving along that front. It's going to be a very wet pattern from the southern plains, eventually all the way into the northeast this week. Yeah, forecasters have been saying all the way back to last week, the bulk of the rain's going to tend to be focused on about a half dozen states. Subtropical moisture extending all the way from the Pacific waters off of Mexico over toward the middle Tennessee and Mississippi valleys, which is evident on satellite images this past day. We oftentimes see intense rainfall and flooding events unfold when subtropical moisture is involved. Half a foot of rain may fall on some locations from Arkansas to Tennessee, all the way into portions of Kentucky, western North Carolina, western portions of Virginia, back into southern Missouri, northern Georgia, northern Alabama, and Mississippi between now and Friday. This is just the beginning of what's going to be, a very soggy pattern through the upcoming week. Widespread rainfall totals 2 to 4 inches in store for this zone, with some locally higher amounts possible. Undoubtedly, motorists are going to have to allow some extra time, as excess water on the highways will raise the risk of hydroplaning. Travel in some of our major cities, Nashville, Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, and others along the I-40 corridor could adversely be affected. There is the likelihood that the heavy rain could also cause some small streams to overflow their banks, flooding some neighborhoods, blocking city streets and secondary rural areas. At least 1/2 to 2/3 of the rain that falls this week will occur during this storm number 1 between now and Wednesday. The overlap of the rain from the second storm on top of the saturated ground from system number 1 will become problematic and end up being the tipping point for some of those stream flooding between Wednesday and early Friday. Now, as far as the major tributaries, most of the major rivers will be able to absorb the rain with few problems, and this may prove to be beneficial for the transportation of goods along the Mississippi and Ohio rivers in the days ahead. River levels will likely rise several feet or more on portions of the Mississippi, Ohio, Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, and others in the region. AccuWeather tells us rainfall up to 8 inches is likely to occur in Tennessee and primarily over the Tennessee River Basin, since there's an extensive amount of flood control measures along that river, not anticipating any major flooding. Of course, the Tennessee River flows into the lower Ohio River in western Kentucky, which then empties into the Mississippi River, which we've been talking throughout the summer and the fall, running at excessively low levels. So this is going to progressively boost the water levels along portions of the Ohio and the lower Mississippi River. We've talked about record low water levels along a vast stretch of the lower and middle Mississippi River. Again, from the summer into the fall, so low that barge traffic was suspended or severely limited for an extended period of time. In much of the region where the soaking rain is forecast to fall, long-term soil conditions range right now from abnormally dry to, in some cases, severe drought. You get back into portions of Oklahoma where some rain is forecast. Drought conditions there range from severe to exceptional, the highest level on the chart. That second storm system may have enough colder air to work with to indeed produce a swath of snow from the Central Plains to portions of the Midwest and the interior Northeast later this week. We're looking ahead toward Thursday into Friday. Generally, the models are depicting a swath of maybe 1 to 3 inches of snowfall in that zone. Of course, it'll take some time to pinpoint exactly what the track of system number 2 is going to be. Coming up, we'll delve into things out west after a brief break from the train of storms along the West Coast. Much of this week, another round of Pacific storms will be taking aim at the northwestern USA starting later this week. At least 3 storms will be lined up, ready to unleash more drenching rain, mountain snow, and gusty winds through the middle portions of December here. So again, we'll break some of that down coming up in a bit. So underway on a Tuesday, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. A much warmer night, 44 degrees. I'll take that. 44 with cloudy skies outside the bunker. Yes, some misty rain we do see in some of those areas in the south. A lot of fog is expected to form tonight. Dense fog advisories have been hoisted from the southwestern portions of Indiana, the Evansville area, western portions of Kentucky, southern Illinois, much of Arkansas, the westernmost reaches of Tennessee. Another area of dense fog expected to come together there in central and south central Oklahoma. And they anticipate a lot of fog along the Gulf Coast tonight from southeastern Louisiana across southern Mississippi, Alabama, southwestern Georgia, and a good portion of the Florida Panhandle. So foggy conditions. Other areas up into central Indiana and west central and southwest Ohio. Not dense fog advisories, but they do anticipate some fog will be developing through the overnight hours. That would include the Dayton, Wilmington, down into the Cincinnati areas. Fog and drizzle expected to develop overnight. Visibility may be reduced to less than a mile. These conditions will persist into Tuesday morning. So overnight tonight. So again, 1 mile. It's going to be patchy areas. Could see some dense fog here and there, but there you go. Foggy conditions. Round the country, it's 844-844-3388 as the gang joins in. Philly Dan is on board at this hour. Hello to Roy. Got that thumbs up there. Thank you very much. 5-7 says copy in the mail. Midnight special, waving that hand from Charlotte, North Carolina. Freight is slow this week, he says. We've been hearing a lot of that. If you weren't with us there for our Sunday night, Monday morning program, started things off. Scarecrow had sent me an email before the show saying it almost looks like traffic out there was something you'd see after the apocalypse, like there's nobody on the roads. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, 44 degrees, a little bit of rain in Wilkesboro, North Carolina. Tonight's special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Kilby's Livestock Market there. Hello to Marianne. Good morning to the overnight crew. Everybody stay safe. Gilligan back at it on the job, right? Good morning, Steve and the fellow listeners. A little drizzle at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia with 42 degrees tonight. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right. 5-7, let's see, says up at 10 p.m. And we've got the political ads still running. Warnock running like 5 ads over Walker, I guess 1 to 5. Warnock had a lot more money to spend, that is for sure. Buckeye Boy checking in from Monterey Park, California, out west to get the week started. 49 degrees. Took me 4.5 hours of waiting to get unloaded today, which really messed up my schedule for picking up in Los Angeles. Luckily, I have time and will still be able to reset my hours Wednesday before my pickup Thursday as we'll head back east. Did you see the video of the box truck flipping off the overpass in Santa Clarita onto a bunch of other cars that had crashed down below? Yeah, that was dramatic video. Yeah, I saw that. I believe CDL Life had a link to that. If I'm not mistaken, AccuWeather also has a link on their website to the video there. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. 43 degrees in Bizarro World, which that would be Southwest Ohio, right? There's Pappy on board tonight, and Gunslinger checking in early out of the box. Good to have y'all with us. Of course, it's 844-844-3388. We'll delve into what we need to know, because inquiring minds would like to know, here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I guess we can start off with an update out of North Carolina. Not a whole lot more information really coming out this past day. In regards to the power outage, I did see that power had been restored to about 10,000. They were still, as of Monday afternoon, close to 30,000 without power there after the shooting at the substations that had taken place. I was just trying to pull up Power Outage US and see where we are. All right, North Carolina, still they're showing 35,000 plus without power there in North Carolina. Investigators believe the shooting that damaged the power substations, of course, indeed was a crime, no kidding. What they haven't named yet is a suspect or a motive. Whatever the reason, the shooting serves as a reminder of why experts have stressed the need to secure the power grid in this country. Authorities have warned that the electric infrastructure could be vulnerable targets for domestic terrorists. Of course, if you had not caught the story, tens of thousands of people lost electricity over the weekend after, we don't know if it's one individual or several individuals, opened fire on a couple of Duke Energy substations in Moore County, North Carolina, about 60 miles southwest of Raleigh. Yeah, nobody's been charged as of this past day. But here's a look at what we know about the shooting and why it could have implications across the country. Now, the outages started shortly after 7 p.m. Saturday, when whomever it was opened fire on not one but two power substations there in Moore County, according to the sheriff. That left tens of thousands without electricity. And, of course, Duke Energy said the equipment could take days to repair. 24 hours ago, they were making it sound like it may be Thursday of this week before power can be restored. But Moore County Sheriff Ronnie Fields held a news conference Sunday saying that authorities had not determined a motive. Is this someone just out there doing vandalism? A kid getting their jollies? Is it possibly domestic terrorism? Who knows? Somebody pulled up, though, and opened fire on the substations. Yeah, both locations, according to the sheriff. It appears that the gates were breached at both locations. The Pilot newspaper in Southern Pines, North Carolina, reported a wooden post holding up a gate had been snapped at one of the substations, and it was lying in an access road on Sunday morning. Either way, the feds are involved. The FBI has been working with state investigators to determine who was responsible. And they did point out it was a targeted attack. This was not just some random event. Duke Energy said the company has multiple layers of security at each of those facilities, but they didn't give any specifics. But the company has planning in place to recover from events like this shooting, and they are following those plans at this point in time. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency has offered support for Duke Energy in their efforts to restore the power there. But federal authorities have warned that the power grid, it could be a prime target for extremist groups that embrace something called accelerationism. That's a term I was not familiar with. It's a fringe philosophy, they say, that promotes mass violence to fuel the collapse of society. There are groups out there that embrace that. All right, back earlier this year, the Department of Homeland Security warned that domestic extremists have actually been developing credible, specific plans to attack the electric infrastructure for at least several years now. All right, more to come as we roll into a Tuesday.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. military is warning that China is rapidly building a large force of space weapons, including sophisticated anti-satellite missiles, lasers, jammers, orbiting killer robots, and cyber tools. The Pentagon released details of Beijing's growing space arms arsenal last week in its annual report to Congress on the Chinese military. The New York Police Department revealed Monday that anti-Semitic hate crimes in the city have more than doubled from this time a year ago. There were 45 hate crimes motivated by anti-Semitism in November versus 20 in November of 2021. And in the Hollywood Hills, many are solemn tonight. Actress Kirstie Alley has died at the age of 71 after a short battle with cancer. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? A recent stash of 1904 Morgan silver dollar coins has been found. These gorgeous 1904 O silver dollar coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. This is a key date for silver dollar collectors, and only a limited quantity are available. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone interested in silver coins. Just call Government at 1-800-222-1975, and you are guaranteed a mint condition 1904 O Morgan silver dollar featuring the iconic O mint mark of the New Orleans Mint, the final year of production. But with limited quantity, you must call now. These 1904 O silver coins are still in uncirculated condition. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-222-1975. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-222-1975 now to secure your 1904 O Morgan silver dollars before they sell out. That's 1-800-222-1975.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
If you're looking for a place to park, there's a few locations that are back open for truck parking here in the Buckeye State. Ohio Department of Transportation has opened 2 new truck parking areas as part of a larger project to convert way stations into commercial vehicle parking facilities. The announcement a couple of days ago that the new truck parking is now open in Medina County, I-76 eastbound between State Route 3 and State Route 57. The other location is Ashland County, I-71 southbound between State Route 3, 539 and US 250. Now, the truck parking, it's not like they're real exceptionally large. They'll have spaces for about 18 trucks. In addition to any parking on the entrance or exit ramp shoulders, there are no restrooms available, though. This new truck parking program that opened a part of a larger Ohio project to convert 13 way stations into truck parking. They have completed 10 of those conversions. They're going to begin work on converting 3 more locations in 2023. Completed way station conversion sites include northbound and southbound I-77 south of Bolivar and southbound State Route 7 in Jefferson County. So, that's good news. Truck parking has been an issue for, as we know, many, many years in this country. All right, out of the box, I'm not... who we got on board here?
Hey, Rubber Duck, Jeff. What's up?
Rubber Duck. All right, what's happening?
Just driving along here, trying to finish an extra long day today, and he's right. There is nobody out here right now.
Very, very quiet.
This is kind of strange. I'm on 94 up around Battle Creek, Portage area there, and there's 3 trucks up there with me. And 2 of them are our buddies with the big color.
Yeah.
There. What shocked me was I pulled in to get coffee, and we had fresh coffee at the TA, but the shop's closed, locked up tighter and tight before midnight.
Wow.
Like they don't even have, they shut it down 9 o'clock. I don't know. What do these guys do for road service in the middle of the night now? I mean, you used to see the shops. Well, that's when I used to take advantage of it to get my oil changed in the middle of the night. I mean, the graveyard guys were great. They get you in, get you out, you go back out, and you go back to bed. The weed shop was open, and the guy that sold me my coffee at the TA, I probably could have told him that was $7.16 worth of fuel, not $711. And he probably wouldn't know the difference. He was so happy tonight. But I knew it was going to be a messed up day when it started with the toll road. I got held hostage on the toll road this morning. I go to get off, and it wouldn't take the easy pass. I pushed the button, and I asked to go to read the lady the number, and she says she can't take the number. I got to give her a credit card. I said, ma'am, I do not. I said, the auto transporter, we do this all the time. We have the number on my windshield so I can read it to you. She just wouldn't answer the thing. I was 20 minutes. And finally, I called 911 and said, I need a trooper out here. I think I'm being held hostage.
Oh, boy.
We'll call the toll road and get them to open the gate. I said, well, if I walk over there and push this thing open and drive through it, I said, I'm not breaking it, right? She goes, nope. I said, okay. Yeah, and it was for $13.80 because they can't fix their stuff. But that's owned by a foreign government. I mean, so I call Indiana Toll Road to express my concerns over the quality of the person answering the phone at 6:59 Eastern time this morning. And, you have a Illinois iPass. You need to call Illinois. No, I'm using your toll road. I don't need to call Illinois. I need you to control your work. Well, they don't work for us. Well, who do they work for?
Mm-hmm.
They can't tell me. She won't tell me. They don't work for the toll road. What do you mean they don't work for the toll road? They answer the phone and they take the money. They got to work, they're contracted to you or something. There's got to be standards. It's a joke.
Wow.
It really is. It's, I don't know. We as society, maybe we really are. That acceleration thing, you think about it with this power attack on the power station. And they told us back when 9/11 happened to do that road watch thing, so we'd always be vigilant about ports and power stations and stuff like that. But this could be their way of, when we knock the power out, then they're going to have to put up windmills, instead of power. But they don't realize that the thing that they knocked out probably was transferring the power from windmills anyway.
Correct. You don't know. Yeah.
They don't make no sense nowadays. They really don't. But all right, when we get around these big yellow freighters real quick, and I'm gonna duck down through the woods. I got 3 stops to get off. Took me all day to gather up 5 cars from 5 different dealerships. That's scraping the bottom of the barrel just to keep working.
But very quiet on the roadways again tonight, though, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, I just got around those 2 that I was telling you about. I've got one more big truck about a quarter mile up there in front of me, but I'm not seeing anything. And the thing I'm definitely not seeing, I haven't seen a Michigan State Trooper since I come out of Detroit about an hour and a half ago.
Mm.
It's like they don't even have a third shift anymore. I know in my little city it's hard. I know they're 8 officers short, and it's on the graveyard shift. It's they can be left alone. So, all righty, guys. I'm gonna sneak on through this construction, and it's gonna get loud and bumpy, and I'm gonna give you a headache. But anyway,
well, good to hear from you. Safe travels, and thanks for checking in, Rubber Duck. You have a good night. I don't know. I guess you'd have to call it mixed messaging. Yeah, the trucking industry, traditionally, it's a bellwether of what's happening overall in the broader economy, correct? Yeah, good times in the trucking industry typically a sign the economy's doing well. Yeah, when the freight slows down, that's typically a 60, 90-day kind of advance notice of where the broader economy is going. Now, the reason I say it's kind of mixed message, let me start with one of the top stories from Breitbart News. We've heard on a number of occasions going back to the summer where economically good news is bad. Yeah, you've heard me share that message. Yes. This past day, they say someone forgot to tell the manufacturing sector that we're supposed to be on the brink of a recession. Factory orders rose by 1% in October. Now, I'm wondering maybe if, because we're now into December, are these reports running a bit behind? So October, handily outstripping the bullish forecast of a 0.7% rise. Durable goods jumped by 1.1%. Above the stronger than expected preliminary estimate, non-durable rose 1%. Transportation was a key factor in the October rise. Orders for transportation goods up 2.2%. Orders for cars rose a solid 1.7%. The volatile category of non-defense aircraft saw a 7.5% increase. Defense aircraft orders jumped 21.7%. This is not just a story about planes, cars, and wars, though. Excluding transportation, orders were up 0.8%, completely reversing the 0.2% decline we saw in September. If you take out defense, orders were up 0.9%. Core capital goods orders were revised down from a 0.7% gain to a still solid 0.6% gain. Construction machinery orders were up 8.6% after declining in the previous 2 months. That's rather surprising given that the dire state of the housing market and the prospect of further interest rate hikes on the horizon. Factory shipments rose by 0.7%, largely due to an increase in non-durable goods shipments. Yeah, that was largely an energy story. Shipments of petroleum and coal products up 4.4%. Nonetheless, the strength in factory orders runs contrary to the survey data from the Institute of Supply Management. The regional Fed surveys have also been projecting softness, yet this hard data on orders and shipments remains unexpectedly solid. That's all good news if you're rooting for an economic growth to continue. But if you're the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, you're looking for aggregate demand to contract. The manufacturing sector, which should be at least somewhat interest rate sensitive, is refusing to cooperate, they say. Now, these numbers, of course, are all nominal. After adjusting for higher prices, the gains are a bit less impressive. But even though this still doesn't look anything like the pullback in spending that most of the analysts had been forecasting, I just kind of wonder when the November numbers come in. Because it's been really, the last 4 or 5 weeks we've been hearing more and more drivers saying, just seems like things have really slowed down in the trucking sector. Now, why do I say mixed message? Let's go to FreightWaves. Steve just forwarded from this past day. As forewarned 2 weeks ago at an investor conference, declines in less than truckload tonnage accelerated during the month of November. Wednesday, after the market closed, Saia reported tonnage was down 7.7% year over year for the month, after a 3% year over year decline in October. The carrier's daily tonnage down 4.1% year over year after modest gains were recorded back in July and August. Now, this update came in below analyst expectations, resulting in estimate cuts and a rating change. Bank of America analyst lowered his rating on the stock to underperform from what had been neutral after that announcement. Saia's mid-quarter update shows LTL tonnage and shipment trends deteriorating faster, there you go, in November, and larger than the Bank of America monthly targets. The 5.4% average decline for the months of October and November was below his expectation for a 3.4% decline in the fourth quarter. Now, other LTL carriers like ArcBest, Forward Air, Old Dominion, and Yellow will provide their interquarter updates here in the coming days, which they're predicting will also come in below target. He believes some of the recent furloughs and other labor expense reduction efforts may not be enough to stem the decline in volumes. In line with accelerating demand declines and this elusive peak season for freight, some of those LTL carriers have indeed announced furloughs. Quick cost moves can work to keep pricing in focus, but as volumes hit upper single digits to double digit declines, the group's going to be tested. All right. And the November decline is a decent deceleration from recent trends, and we think about 200 to 300 basis points worse than the baseline expectations, according to an analyst with Deutsche Bank. So indeed, freight slowing down. All right, we'll get to horse feathers coming up here. Mark is on board. Wanted to talk about the New York and the rat population there. Yeah, I something about a job. I saw a job posting offer for a rat czar in New York. It's a pretty darn good paying job, but all right, we'll get to that coming up. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I pulled up the story from Reuters News. Announced a couple of days ago. Yeah, Mark dropped off there, so and horse feathers dropped off. All right, 844-844-3388. But according to the report, millions of New York rats have been put on notice. The most populous city in the United States is hiring a director of rodent mitigation. A new position that calls for a swashbuckling attitude and a general aura of badassery. That's just the way they put it. The new job, again, posted a few days ago, part of the city's attempt to curb an explosion in the rodent population. Since the pandemic started, rat sightings on the streets, in the subways, and even homes have jumped 71% in the last 2 years, according to the city's sanitation department. Rats everywhere. Mayor Adams said, "There's nothing I hate more than rats," in announcing the job posting. If you have the drive, the determination, the killer instinct needed to fight New York City's relentless rat population, then your dream job awaits. sidewalk dining outside of restaurants, which was first allowed in 2020, a temporary measure to blunt the economic fallout of the COVID. That's what's being blamed in part for the rat explosion. They're looking for ways to allow for permanent streeteries, as they call it. Yeah, back in October, officials announced stiffer restrictions as far as the placement of garbage cans on the curbs to be picked up by the sanitation workers. The trash has encouraged the explosive growth of the rat population. Urban legend says there is one rat for each of New York City's 8.8 million residents. A 2014 study showed the city likely had about 2 million rats, but actually the pest control company Orkin has said New York City, the city with the most rats is actually Chicago. But this new job will pay somewhere between $120,000 and $170,000 per year. Interested applicants must hold a bachelor's degree and be willing to perform catch and kill functions by using hands-on techniques to exterminate rodents. You need to be highly motivated, somewhat bloodthirsty, determined to look at all solutions from various angles, including improving operational efficiency, data collection, technology innovation, trash management, and wholesale slaughter of the rats. Your dream job awaits. Are you interested, Gilligan?
I don't think so. I've been to New York City. I've seen some of them rats. When the rats are bigger than a good-sized dog, I don't think I want to have anything to do with them. I've seen 2-foot-long rats.
Wow.
You ever seen them big old boys? I tell you, not my cup of tea, that's for damn sure. Tell you what, Steve, it just amazes me that people, the filth of New York City, that it's just, you see these films, they're showing Manhattan, they're town around Times Square. What they really need to show is, like my wife said, I took her up there years ago, and I had a place I went in normally in the Queens. It's actually Maspeth, which is right just inside the Queens there at the Midtown Tunnel on the Queens side, obviously. But it is just amazing. I mean, I've been in these parts of New York City where, you see in some movies where they got the roll-up doors, the big metal doors, stuff like that. Written all over them and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Yeesh. Yeah, New York City's not a nice place to be, but I guess it's no worse than Chicago, Philadelphia, Detroit, and some of these other cities. I've been in some pretty nasty areas down in Baltimore and too. I mean, it's amazing how things have changed so much in these cities. I was out a little bit last week. It's been a pretty rough year in my family. I appreciate everybody's prayers. Of course, I think you probably heard I lost my stepfather. Brambler spoke about it on the air. I know that he started dating my mom after a year after her and dad separated. They was together 48 years. Then my wife, she lost an aunt that was like a mother to her. And 16 months before she died, her husband died, and he was like a father to her, like a second father and mother to her. I mean, there was two families for that place. And, I've seen something when we buried poor old Aunt Mary. She was one of them people that, and she was everybody's Aunt Mary, just like her late husband was Uncle Sam. Literally, that was his first name, Samuel, and everybody called him Uncle Sam. He even kind of looked like Uncle Sam from the posters, And they went to put Aunt Mary there in the mausoleum, and I really I'd seen the mausoleum, don't get me wrong, because I was there at Uncle Sam's funeral, and I didn't realize it, but they had one hole there, and they moved the curtain to slide Aunt Mary's coffin inside that mausoleum, and Uncle Sam was there. His casket was right there, further inside it. I didn't realize that you.
Well, hold that thought there, because we got to hit our news break here, top of the hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Republican Oklahoma State Representative Jim Olson has moved to ban gender transition procedures being provided to anyone under the age of 21. That includes cutting off children and young adults to puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and sex change surgeries, and also block such treatments from being tied to taxpayer funding. If the bill becomes law, any organization or hospital found in violation would lose public funding. Voters in Georgia will head to the polls Tuesday in a runoff election to decide whether the man they elect will mean a 50-50 split remains in the Senate or if the Democrats will have the majority. The highest court in the land is hearing a case about discrimination, where the company owner argues she will serve anyone, just not any topic.
The Supreme Court is signaling it may side with the web designer who's opposed to creating wedding websites for same-sex couples because it's a conflict of her religious beliefs. Lori Smith is at the center of this case. She spoke after oral arguments on Fox News.
The right to speak freely is guaranteed to each and every one of us, and a win for me is a win for everybody.
The court is expected to issue a decision on the case at some point before its term wraps up in June. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
A North Carolina woman has revealed that last month she won the $100,000 Powerball and gave birth on the same day. Housekeeper Brenda Gomez Hernandez, who purchased her Quick Pick ticket for $3, played her two sons' birthdays. But she believes her newborn daughter also brought her good fortune. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The New York City Police Department revealed Monday that anti-Semitic hate crimes in the city have more than doubled to 45 in November versus 20 in November of 2021. The 125% rise came the same month the artist, formerly known as Kanye West, unleashed a slew of comments online and in interviews, and Brooklyn Nets star guard Kyrie Irving was suspended and lost many endorsements for what's been called conduct detrimental to the team after sharing a link on social media to an anti-Semitic movie. In Hawaii, Mother Nature is fighting off the winter with warmth, the way only she can.
Lava continues to slowly advance toward a key highway on Hawaii's Big Island. On Sunday, David Phillips of the Hawaiian Volcano Observatory said lava is about 2.4 miles from Daniel K. Inouye Highway. As for the more than week-old Mauna Leoa eruption, lava is still spewing out of fissure number 3. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
And in the Hollywood Hills, many are solemn tonight. Actress Kirstie Alley has died at the age of 71 after a short battle with cancer. Alley rose to fame in 1987 when she starred as Rebecca Howe on NBC's Cheers. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Hour number 2 as we roll into a Tuesday. What do we see here? All right, where'd everybody go? It's 844-844-3388. I guess Gilligan had to go, too. I was going to come back and finish up the rest of the story there, Gilligan. Hello to Deborah. Good morning, Steve. Going to be a chilly 42 this morning. Supposed to warm up to about 49 later today here in central Indiana. Hope everybody stays safe out there tonight, especially my special driver, a.k.a. Woodpecker. All right, Scotty's on board, Demon. I heard Big Ed's a closet liberal and voted for Joe Biden. Now he took down his Bo Derek poster and hung up a poster of Hillary Clinton. Ed, no. Say it isn't so. All right, who we got here? Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and the wise old night owls. Rock Pick, check it in. 42 degrees with clouds, feeling like 37 here in Rochester, New York. Facebook has not been sending out the notification when your show starts last couple of nights. I've double-checked my settings, and I'm to get notified whenever Overnight Drive goes live. Just an FYI. Thank you so much. Stay safe and enjoy. And happy holidays to all. All right, I may have to make a call there, see what's going on with the radio.co website. I don't know if you're listening on the app, what does it say waiting for the live show to start? Or does it actually say we're live? Because it's been kind of screwing up like that for several nights. I know we're there, we're live, but on the screen it says waiting to start live show. Ain't supposed to say that. As far as catching the racks, Big Ed says, yeah, just get a few guys with billy clubs and have a rat-killing party. You know, all the beer you can drink. Sounds like your kind of job, says Marianne. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Where'd we leave off here? Hello to Tom Kelly. They're in Houston, Texas. Our friends at tncradio.live. Under the email this morning, under the heading, Overnight Drive Status. Steve, after careful consideration and review of a call made to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in April of 2022, while on the air, TNC Radio has decided to extend most favored show status to the producers and host of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in perpetuity. At this time, we cannot tell you who said what or when exactly they said it. All we can say is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive rocks. We hope you and your fantastic listeners understand our position, as our decision is final. I'll tell you what, I won't complain about that. There you go. So with that in mind, remember, after the Overnight Drive, listeners are encouraged and invited to listen to tncradio.live starting at 5 a.m. Eastern, where this morning it's Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. How can you change the people around you? Well, here's the big news. What most people do to change other people ultimately fails. And you'll find out why. Then catch a very special episode of the Truckers Network radio show from Monday afternoon. The leadership of the Truckers Christmas Group, talking about how we can all work together to make sure that trucking families in need can receive some financial support during this busy and sometimes challenging time of year. Finally, coming up 7 a.m. Eastern Time, join Ron Frazier from TFC Global as he challenges drivers to make the wise choice regardless of audience. That's tncradio.live for more information. Drivers, be safe and be healthy out there. Thank you very much. What did they call us? Preferred status? What is that? Most favored show status. Thank you very much. That's quite an honor. All right, so the Artemis mission. Hey, speaking of which, I got a little Christmas card in the mail this past day at the Home 20 from our friend Wheelchair Dave out there. To Steve and the Princess and the whole Summers family. Merry Christmas, as well to the Georgia Peach out there. He sent me some patches. He mentioned this the other night. Yeah, the fact that his father actually worked with some of the Apollo missions all those years back. That's why he's like myself. He's kind of keenly interested in space travel, this going back to the moon scenario. And he had enclosed a couple of patches to put on my NASA jacket. And it's actually, I guess, the official patch for the 20th anniversary of the Apollo 11 mission. And then the 30th anniversary official patch from the Apollo mission, Apollo 11 mission. 30-year anniversary says 1969 to 1999. So, yeah, that's pretty cool. Those are really nice. And I remember that original Apollo 11 emblem there. When I was a kid, I had a whole bunch of stickers, and I had the model rocket and all that Apollo stuff in my toy collection. I wish I still had that stuff today. Anyway, NASA's Artemis 1 mission is on the way home. The uncrewed Orion capsule successfully completed a 207-second engine burn. Yeah, its longest of this Artemis 1 mission this past morning at 11:43 a.m. Eastern. That's at a point where it was just 79 miles above the moon's surface. Orion now has its sights set on home, according to NASA's spokesperson, during the live broadcast on NASA television. This maneuver puts the spacecraft on track for a landing in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California on December 11th. So 5 days from now. NASA, of course, carried the burn live on NASA television. Although the burn took place out of the range of antennas on Earth, due to the moon obscuring signals from our planet, they said today's burn is critical to ensure that Orion is on the proper trajectory to return back to Earth safely. They've got a recycled engine from the Space Shuttle program that was used to refine Orion's journey back to the Earth. This was the Orbital Maneuvering System, the OMS, was first used on Space Shuttle missions STS-41G in October of 1984. This engine last flew on a mission STS-112 in October of 2002, some 20 years ago. The OMS engine can fire for as little as 1 minute and as long as 16 minutes. As required, it can steer the spacecraft or even be used for abort modes. That said, Artemis 1 has performed to plan so far on this debut mission of the program. After Orion flew into space November the 16th, the maiden voyage of the Space Launch System rocket. This is all the test, the shakeout cruise for Orion. All right, if all goes well with the mission, we will have a manned mission. Astronauts will circle the moon. The Artemis 2 mission coming up in 2024. And actually be the next step to putting boots down near the lunar South Pole a year or so later, which would be the Artemis 3 missions. And all this part of the broader effort to set up a crewed moon base by the end of the decade, they tell us. One of the major goals of the Artemis program. Up to date, SLS has done nicely during the Artemis 1 launch, and of course, Orion has performed up to expectations on this particular mission, according to the statement from NASA this past day. All right, there you go. All right, we'll get a quick chime out here. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, thanks for all those following up in regards to the mission to get the daughter behind the wheel of a new vehicle, something that can get her to and from work safely. No Handle Dave, I guess still having to listen to the podcast, working during the daytime hours. Steve, I'm listening to Monday's podcast. Heard you talking about your daughter's getting maybe a Nissan, it looks like. I might suggest getting the extended warranty if possible. My son has a Nissan Altima that's had a replacement transmission at 99,000 miles, and it's gone out again at 160,000 miles. My wife's Pathfinder's transmission also went out at about 78,000 miles 5 weeks after we bought that vehicle used. It's called the CVT transmission that Nissan uses. They're not the greatest, but otherwise they are a decent car. If you can get at least a powertrain extended warranty, that'll cover the transmission. If you can get them to make it a certified pre-owned, that's even better. But anyway, I wish her the best of luck. I hope everything goes well. And as always, thanks for all you do. And thanks for another great show. Appreciate that, No Handle Dave. All right, so I guess that's going to be top priority. Extended powertrain warranty. I guess probably have to go through one of those third-party extended warranties because it's a 2015, right? Obviously, I don't know, I guess for original owners, a lot of those newer vehicles, I thought they had 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Yeah, we'll see what they offer, but several people suggested if they're going to try to tell you as is, no warranty, that they would just kind of walk away from that. So I did do a little search on the CVT transmission. Yeah, there's a lot of info you can find about that on the internet. And, of course, she's looking at it's a 2015 model with 75,000 miles on it. So it sounds like, hey, that's right about the point where people are having their issues with the transmission on that. I didn't realize Nissan had, I thought they were one of those, top-notch like a Toyota, a Honda, very, very reliable vehicles. So, all right, thank you so much for the heads up. Rambler on board. Happy Tuesday. How's your week starting out?
Well, praise God, Steve. My week is starting out great. Praise God over here in New Orleans, Louisiana. Well, actually, Metairie, where it's a nice 70 degrees. And, man, I tell you what, coming over, it was very, very foggy. But now that I'm actually in the bowl, no fog. But tell you, it's just weird how this winter's working out. It's supposed to be cold and chilly. And I'm in shorts and a short-sleeve shirt. And Just very fortunate to still be here, Steve. You know, I know the Lord could come at any moment. You know, the 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 52 tells us, "In the moment, the twinkling, the blink of an eye, the last trump of God." You know, so I'm fortunate to be here another day. You know, the Lord hadn't came and called his children home yet. And I'm just thankful to be on the air with you tonight, speaking to all of God's children. You know, Steve, and we're just very fortunate to have you, sir. You know, not a lot of news people out there can get to the news and be bold and brazen like you are to cover the stories and tell the truth of what's going on. And, you know, I understand that one platform is we won't mention the name, has gotten rid of you because they don't want to hear the truth no more. So, but that's all right. Look. When one door closes, God opens up another one. And I'm pretty sure that more doors will be open for you in 2023, my dear friend. I want to give a shout-out to some of our female listeners tonight. First off, Miss Millie. Gosh, Miss Millie's recovering from the flu. Yeah, we need to pray for her. Also, Dean Batts recovering from meniscus surgery. Mm-hmm. We need to be praying for her. Martha Jett and Pauline Jett, be praying for them. We know we ain't heard from Rhonda in a while. You know, Steve, the last time I can remember hearing anything from Rhonda was she retired from driving and she went to the the Bozeman Testicle Festival here in Montana. And,
I remember that.
You know, she said, yeah, and you know, that's the last time I even heard from her. So just give a shout out to our female audience out there tonight. Granny, who's listening. I know Pappy, you know, they're still out there pounding the pavement, and I know Granny's listening, and several other of our female listeners. And hope some of them will call in. Oh, we cannot leave out Always Moving. You know.
Yeah, and, we hear from Always Moving here and there. The other one I wonder about was Baby Bear. Baby Bear was always down in the Atlanta area. She was always pleasant to talk to, and. Last I heard from her, she had a hip replacement, and she was, I guess, recovering from that, and she was waiting to have the other hip replaced. That's probably been 5 or 6 months ago when she sent us an email.
My God, you know, Steve, I got a good friend of mine, and he was like another son to Dirty Diapers, Todd Hill. And he messaged me. He said, "Brother Perry, I've been limping around on this hip forever, so I finally got to go have it replaced." And so I know what, man, I tell you what, just so many of God's children, Steve, are just hurting and suffering. And I have to agree with what a lot of other drivers. I don't see a whole lot of freight being hauled. I mean, I'm out here, and it's always slow on a Monday night, but I really hadn't seen too many of the LTL carriers, just a couple, just a few out here hauling freight tonight. And, you know, it's kind of worrisome a little bit, you know, and just makes you kind of wonder what's fixing to happen. But you know what? No matter what happens, I know, Steve, and I know you know, Steve, that we all know who's in control. You know, that's why sometimes when we have service at Determined Ministries Church, you'll see me wear a shirt. I wear a shirt that has a lion, then the greater symbol, and then the donkey and the elephant. Because, God, if you're going to put your faith in a politician, whether it be on the donkey side or the elephant side, God's children, you're putting your faith in the wrong thing. Think about this. Think about this. You're putting your faith in people that are more concerned with having an animal beside their name to get votes. Almost kind of like ideology to me. Now, I could be wrong, just my personal opinion. See, my faith is in my Lord Jesus Christ, because, you know, Philippians 4:19 says, "I'll supply all your needs by my riches and glory." And I rely on Jesus, my Lord and Savior, to supply and uphold my family. I strongly believe that everyone that's listening to the sound of my voice, you know, I pray for you. And I believe that God is going to uphold you with the victorious right hand, as he says in Isaiah chapter 41, verse 10. I believe it. It's up to you to accept and believe it too, and realize who's really in control. It ain't the donkeys, it ain't the elephants, it ain't the porcupine, which that's a libertarian, and it ain't the Statue of Liberty, which is the independence. It's God. He's on the throne. And I ain't talking about the doggone toilet. And if you're thinking that God's just crapping all over you, you're in a sad state of affairs. The throne I'm talking about is in the book of Revelations, where it says around about is a rainbow. And I ain't talking about a particular flag for a particular sect of people. I'm talking about a rainbow all around his throne with many, many people bowing down, saying glory, glory, glory to the Lord God Almighty. He is in control, God's children. So whether or not you're being one of the ones affected and you ain't able to haul the freight you used to have, you just rely on your faith in the Lord Jesus Christ. Know that he's got you. He's going to uphold you with his victorious right hand. And just like all these ladies I just named off, these ladies I just named are going through something. I'm not going to say what they're going through, but they're going through something, you know. And I know where their faith is, because they let it be known, hey, no matter how sick or how bad it gets, their faith is in Jesus. Steve, I know you're short on time. I'll try and call back in later, but God, you didn't remember this. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, because he bled every drop of blood at Calvary's cross, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Lauren, I love you, brother. Keep on hauling on them bulls. And Steve, I'll try and call in later. God bless you, my brother.
Thank you for checking in. Do appreciate it. All right, Bargain Hunter, I saw you on there. I guess you had to take care of some business there. If you can, give us a call back, because I wanted to ask if you ever got your $60 code. I did take your number down again if you didn't, but you can give us the update on that as a first-time caller here a couple weeks ago. So there you go. And, of course, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Kind of feels like Monday, but we're into Tuesday, 6th day of December for 2022. Boy, 23 is on the horizon.
USA Radio News.
Republican Oklahoma State Representative Jim Olson has moved to ban gender transition procedures being provided to anyone under the age of 21. That includes cutting off children and young adults to puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and sex change surgeries. If the bill becomes law, any organization or hospital found in violation would lose public funding. A North Carolina woman has revealed that last month she won the $100,000 Powerball and gave birth on the same day. Housekeeper Brenda Gomez Hernandez, who purchased her Quick Pick ticket for $3, played her two sons' birthdays. But she believes her newborn daughter also brought her good fortune. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it at 844-844-3388. Get back to the calls momentarily here. A couple of other industry headlines. Wow. Steve says another one bites the dust. Falling freight rates. Shutter an Iowa trucking company after 24 years. Under the headline, I'd rather be able to pay my employees while I still have the money than wait until I don't. That's Mid-Continent Trucking of Denison, Iowa. I think we might have touched on this last week. But notified their drivers and employees that after 24 years, the refrigerated carrier would be ceasing operations, which they did like 2 days after Thanksgiving. An email about the closing created a little bit of confusion, but the company said all the displaced employees who want to work have since found jobs, but it was a situation where economics made the decision for us. He said it was time for us to get out of the trucking business, according to the co-owner. That's Brian Wickersham. He and his brother, the other co-owner, Ted Wickersham, emailed the drivers, the maintenance worker, and office personnel, alerting them of the company's plan to close. In the email to the 25 employees, they stated, "You may have heard some rumors about some changes going on at Mid-Continent. If not, there is something going on. And this notice is to let you know. Brian and Ted have sold our equipment to Western Flyer Express. Drivers would be contacted directly by a Western Flyer Express representative offering driving positions with their company. I guess the drivers would be based out of the Omaha Council Bluffs area there. But yeah, another one bites the dust. Of all the regulations and proposals that the government takes comments on, I don't know that I've ever seen so many people actually take the time to comment on an issue. I guess maybe it's the fact that it's not solely related to trucking, but other industries as well. But remember all the talk about the AB5 issue there in the state of California, where that's still in the courts. But on a federal level, the Department of Labor's proposed test to determine if a worker is an employee or an independent contractor. It would apply to all industries, including the trucking industry. It's no surprise it has generated a tremendous amount of feedback. As of this past day, the notice of proposed rulemaking has prompted more than 45,000 comments. The public has until December the 13th to comment on the proposed worker classification test. Now, unlike the controversial AB5 in California, the proposal would analyze several factors and use what they call the totality of the circumstances to determine if you are an employee or indeed an independent contractor. This rulemaking would rescind a prior Trump administration rule, which adopted an economic reality test focused on two core factors. That would be control and profit. The Labor Department's proposal of the economic realities test that requires a totality of circumstances analysis of, I believe it's like 6 different factors they look at. Yeah, including the opportunity for profit or loss depending on managerial skill, the investments by the worker and the employer, the degree of performance of the work relationship, the nature and degree of employer control, the extent to which the work performed is an integral part of the employer's business, and the worker's use of skill and initiative. Now, when it comes to the trucking side, OOIDA has encouraged the Department of Labor to listen to the concerns of drivers before creating a one-size-fits-all test. One criticism of AB5 was that it did not take into account the diversity of the trucking industry when the state lawmakers there crafted their general employment law. But again, 45,000 comments, a lot of people keen on getting their sentiments in on that particular issue. And again, you have till December the 13th. You would go to regulations.gov. Hello, Horse Feathers.
What do you say, Your Honor? Yeah, that kind of brings up a whole bunch of questions. You know, what happens if I want to be, I guess you'd say, like an independent contractor, but say there's like 20 different dump truck companies around in my area, and I want to offer my service to say, hey, you know, if you got somebody on vacation, you got somebody out on medical leave, you want me to come in and work, you know, pay me by the hour for, you know, a week or 2 weeks, and I'll work for you for that, just, you know, and I'll take care of my own benefits and everything, and my own workman's comp, and I'll work for you, and then I get done with you, then I want to go to work for another dump truck company that's, you know, has got a guy on vacation for a week and fill in for him, and keep going around and around and around, but never really need to be an employee of any of them. And the thing is by the time you could be an employee, you know, if you went through all the paperwork to become an employee, by the time you got done doing that, they wouldn't need you to do what they wanted you to do to begin with. But I guess as long as, you know, you were all right to work on their insurance, you know, to run their equipment on their insurance, you know, I don't know. You say it's a one-sided deal, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, as the wife had the news on there when I got up to eat dinner, and I didn't end up backing up to the local news, so I didn't see any of the local weather or anything of that what happened. But she had it on NBC there, and of course Lester Holt was on, and they were interviewing people down there in Georgia. There, they had a couple of them there that they had a reporter down there. I don't even remember who it was. Doesn't matter. And so he interviewed I guess I don't know. And while we were growing up, you would have called her a housewife. Now I don't know if she was a stay-at-home mom or just a wife or had a job or what, but she was more on the Republican side. And they asked, who are you going to vote for? And she said, well, I'm voting for Herschel Walker, because we need to change the way that things are going right now. Things don't, aren't going a good way. We need to control things, get spending brought under control, and take care of our country and get things back on track. And sounded like she was pretty well informed. And then they went and asked some college student girl there, and she's like, well, I have to vote for what I feel is what these are and what's important to me, and I'm voting Democratic because it's women's rights. That's my most important thing to take care of right now. And,
right.
Yep. So okay, there's no worrying about the economy or where things are going, or nobody said anything about the border or anything like that. And I don't know, just but I just say we've said all along here that the ones going through the school there are kind of being brainwashed over that way. It's been that way for a long time, and I don't know. I think it goes all the way back to almost the Vietnam War era, when all that kind of started, that whole side there that, was pretty much the war protesters and the group burning their bras, and they got into to be the educators of the universities, the one, and it all kind of started there, and now we've got a couple, 3, 4 generations down, and here we are. So, but I don't know, for what, the last 10 years or more, we've been working on this 50-50 split that half the population wants one thing and the other half the population wants pretty much complete and total opposite.
Yep.
So, I don't know. But anyways, there, as far as traffic goes there, Tuesday morning seems to be about normal here on Interstate 83. So what I've seen of it there, I kind of cut off on some back roads at this point there, but got a few trucks out here running along, and so I don't know. Tuesday seems to be about normal out here for what I normally see. So other than that, not a whole lot going on there. So has Gilligan called in there to say if he got his Facebook account straightened out there, or he's still under the whole deal of being hacked and everything?
No, he did check in a little bit ago. I had to put him on hold because I had to hit that news break there, and he disappeared on us. Maybe he'll, I guess, right, like you, some guys are in and out of the truck, right?
Yeah, that, and he's got some dead zones down there on 81 there, so every now and then he'll go quiet. Did I say that Gilligan was going to go quiet?
Oh, no.
No. So, but anyways, there, maybe he can elaborate what happened there. And the other morning there, you said something about being taken off Facebook, but I think that was a misspeak, wasn't it? You just meant YouTube, right? You didn't mean Facebook. Did I say Facebook? No, yeah, YouTube. Yeah, there was one time there I caught you said Facebook.
Whoops.
They're pretty much kind of interchangeable, except for you're on one and not the other. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's really about all we got going for you there. As I say, it's kind of a quiet, clear night there. Not a whole lot going on, and I don't know. That's yeah. Oh, I did hear one thing on your news there. Kirstie Alley died.
Yeah, apparently she had a.
She was the one most pretty much recognized from Cheers, right?
That is correct. I know
she's done other stuff in that, but yep. So, yep.
Yeah, she spent many years battling weight issues. She blossomed up really, really big, and then she lost a whole bunch of weight again, and kind of back and forth. And apparently she had a short battle with cancer, they say, 71.
Yeah, way too early. And another cancer victim. That's you know, we're all worried about. No, I remember Joe Biden said something here the other day there that we're gonna cure AIDS by 2030. You know, well, we've been working on cancer for a lot longer than that. Maybe we should solve one disease before we move on to solving the next one. But I don't know. I got a little more skin in the game for the cancer side than I do the AIDS side. So maybe I'm a little biased that way.
Right.
But anyways, yeah, definitely. But yeah, I kind of remember that with the weight issue there. She used a couple of those services there, and you know, and then of course you get the people that get mad because you shouldn't be, you know, promoting them and all that. And I don't know. As you say, the whole country is divided down the middle, 50-50. You know, we can't agree on anything one way or the other. So, but anyways, I guess now that I've said pretty much absolutely nothing again tonight, I guess we ought to have burned all this time. I'm sure there's some.
We'll delve out and see if we can find an intelligent caller. Is that what you're advising? All right, thank you very much there. Horse Feathers. All right, yeah, plenty of room for you at 844-3388. And quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. At the same time, make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. I'm looking at a post here because I brought up the whole rat story. And Ronald says, and I've never heard of this, the Riders Alley Trencher Fed Society, more commonly known as RATS, R-A-T-S, is a group of vigilante pups and their devoted owners who venture out into the dark New York City streets for the sole purpose of tracking and killing pesky rodents. Terriers have an innate sense to do this. It's in their genes. Ratmaster and RATS founder Richard Reynolds spoke to the New York Post, and he shares a link to the story there. These fearless pups and their thirst for rat blood. Sounds like we need a whole bunch of terriers there in New York. And before we get back to the calls, yes, one other dog story. I came across this over the weekend. What an incredible story. A dog in Georgia recovering after a violent encounter with a pack of coyotes. Casper, the 2-year-old Great Pyrenees, was standing guard over his flock of sheep one night earlier in November at the home in Decatur, just east of Atlanta. That's when a pack of nearly a dozen coyotes got too close for comfort. Casper killed a whopping 8 coyotes and managed to save all the sheep in his care. But Casper himself was badly hurt in the process. The dog had gaping wounds to his neck and side, also lost his tail. Veterinary staff at Lifeline Animal Project, where Casper is being cared for more than a month later, worried recovery would not be an option for the dog. How bad are these wounds, and is it something that can be fixed, or is it something that's beyond fixing? It makes the quality of life an issue. But incredibly, Casper has healed better than anyone could have expected. Casper's owner is also amazed by the dog's recovery. I cannot explain how good it is to see him right now, because I felt like there was no way he was going to live after that attack. Which, yes, that's I've seen some of the disheartening videos and whatnot caught on trail cams or home cameras of pet owners' dogs being attacked by like a pack of coyotes. They gang up on you. This guy took out 8 coyotes and saved all the sheep. What an incredible story. All right, it's 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. Yeah, we got lines available. Jump on in here on a Tuesday morning. Hope your week's off to a good start. All right, taking a look out west for our traveling friends there after a break from the storm train along the west coast. For much of this week, it all gets very active once again toward the tail end of the week and through the weekend with not one, not two, but 3 storms, at least 3, poised to bring drenching rain, mountain snow, and gusty winds in the coming days. The storm that pushed southward along the Pacific coast over the past weekend, it finally began winding down yesterday. After dropping a general 1 to 2 inches of rain on northern California, the northern and central Sierra Nevada was on the receiving end of 1 to 3 feet of snowfall from that system. Showery precip likely to settle southward into southern California into midweek here. That big dip in the jet stream out west is still in place, the western third of the country. And that setup's going to be most prominent today and Wednesday. Cities like San Diego and Sacramento, California, as well as Portland, Oregon, going to be dodging the rain showers throughout the day. Not going to be too heavy, but you need to keep the umbrella or the rain jacket handy out there. The December chill is going to be coming in as well. As we look ahead toward the second half of the week, though, a more substantial storm is going to move onshore, and it's going to have some pretty widespread impacts. Unlike the past weekend storm, which for the most part lingered offshore, this one's going to track inland. Rain and snow are going to quickly slam into the coast. And depending on how much cold air is available, rain could actually change to snow at some of the lower elevations in the northwest, like Bellingham, Washington, and Seattle Thursday and Friday of this week. Yeah, you'll see some pretty substantial accumulations in the higher elevations, impacting some of the major mountain passes. They could become impassable. Further south in Oregon and Northern California, rain for the lower elevations. Rounds of rain make for slow travel as that storm pushes onshore, while it remains to be seen just how far south the rain will reach this time. Looks like Southern California might actually miss out on this round of moisture. If rain does reach the region, have to be aware of the potential for longer travel times. Again, later this week, Thursday, Friday is the next storm system there. But hey, as we've started off the new week, I guess you'd call it seasonable conditions starting out the week. You know, it's very chilly there Monday morning, but we warmed up a bit, and now we're kind of holding in the low to mid-40s for the overnight hours tonight, so not too bad out there. From Buffalo to New York to Philadelphia, pretty much within a few degrees of normal this past day. Yeah, we're going to have this cold front that moves into the Ohio Valley and the Northeast, bringing some showers off and on rain through Tuesday and Tuesday night, expected along the I-95 corridor from Boston to D.C. Some of that rain may linger into Wednesday there along the East Coast. Right now, let's get a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Facebook has threatened to remove news from its platform if the U.S. Congress passes a proposal aimed at making it easier for news organizations to negotiate collectively. The News Media Alliance, a trade group, is urging Congress to add the Journalism Competition and Preservation Act to a must-pass annual defense bill. But more than 24 groups, including the American Civil Liberties Union, urged Congress not to approve the local news bill, saying it does not require funds gained will make their way to journalists. The Pentagon has released details of Beijing's growing space arms arsenal. It warns that China is rapidly building a large force of space weapons, including sophisticated war cyber tools like anti-satellite missiles, lasers, jammers, and orbiting killer robots. All the while, the FBI has been working here at home on one state's power grid.
The FBI is being called in to help investigate a massive power outage in central North Carolina. A state of emergency and a mandatory curfew are in place for the whole area. Authorities say about 40,000 people are without power and running water in Moore County, east of Charlotte, after police say electrical equipment was targeted during a shooting Saturday night. Duke Energy says some residents could be without power until Thursday based on the millions of dollars worth of damages. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
And in the last 3 minutes of the game, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers scored 2 touchdowns to shut down the New Orleans Saints and again reach 500 as the leaders of the NFC South. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
The New York City Police Department revealed Monday that anti-Semitic hate crimes in the city have more than doubled to 45 in November versus 20 in November of 2021. The 125% rise came the same month the artist, formerly known as Kanye West, unleashed a slew of comments online and in interviews, and Brooklyn Nets star guard Kyrie Irving was suspended and lost many endorsements for what's been called conduct detrimental to the team after sharing a link on social media to an anti-Semitic movie. Back in Washington, the highest court in the land is hearing a case about discrimination, where the company owner argues she will serve anyone, just not any topic.
The Supreme Court is signaling it may side with the web designer who's opposed to creating wedding websites for same-sex couples because it's a conflict of her religious beliefs. Lori Smith is at the center of this case. She spoke after oral arguments on Fox News.
The right to speak freely is guaranteed to each and every one of us, and a win for me is a win for everybody.
The court is expected to issue a decision on the case at some point before its term wraps up in June. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, Powered by science.
All right, thank you very much. Welcome back. And we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone there. One to go. Get everybody on the same page. It's a Tuesday, 6th day of December. Yeah, less than 20 days till Christmas. The countdown clock is ticking. Hello to the Dipsy driver. Yeah, he and several others joined via email this morning. If you'd like to send an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. I try to keep an eye on things through the overnight hours. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. We've got 39 degrees cloudy here in mid-Michigan tonight. A little chance of rain later this morning as we head up to 43 this afternoon. You mentioned the CVT transmission. Ford also had the CVT, which is otherwise known as constant velocity transmission. It was built in Batavia, not far from Cincinnati there. Yeah, they also stopped manufacturing them. Too many issues. It took up most of that plant. Anyway, have a great morning. Thank you to all the hard-working drivers, first responders, farmers, military, active, or retired out there. Yes, indeed. Tip of the hat. Country Boy checks in, saying, Steve, I work for the world's largest LTL carrier. You know who we are. We were informed this past day when we came in that there will be a second round of furloughs beginning in January, and that some of our tractors will be put out of service in an effort to cut costs. Uh-oh. It's beginning to get real out here. Chicago is pretty much dead tonight. I mean, it's almost as dead as it was during the pandemic shutdown. Not liking the sound of things. Way too quiet out there. All right, thanks very much. All right, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Eagle this morning. How about on your end, Eagle? You still got plenty of freight to move, or are you noticing things starting to slow down?
No, it's still booming. It's still booming at the company I'm at right now. But we don't. I mainly haul auto parts and car parts to factories and places. So I don't really do the retail stuff. So I don't know if it might be slowing down in the retail. People TVs and stuff like that. I don't know, but I don't know. I'm in Texas right now. I just left my house, and there's a lot of trucks on the road in Texas. I'm looking at the interstate right now. I'm in the driver's seat, and there's trucks rolling down the interstate where I'm at. So freight is moving down here in Texas. I don't know about up in Chicago. Like I say, I don't care. Who cares about Chicago as far as I'm concerned?
Right.
You already know how I feel. You already know how I feel about Chicago. So that's the last thing I'm concerned with. But things are booming right now down here in Texas. I'm getting ready to make my way over to South Carolina right now to deliver this load. So. I took a couple of days off, but I'm back out on the road again. But things are going pretty good right now. Hopefully they'll stay good until 2023. I just read something on my cell phone, but I'm not gonna get into that right now because I don't know if it's true or anything. But maybe tomorrow I have more information to be able to talk about that. But there are some things I wanted to talk about tonight. First of all, I want to say, I know. I know you got a couple of listeners that follow college football, and college football is real big down in Texas where I live at, and a lot of people are disappointed, about what happened with Alabama, and they thought they should have got in, until Ohio State got in, even though they lost to Michigan. Some people felt like Ohio State should have got in, but they figured they picked out the best 4 teams, so. We'll see what happens. But I wanted to say something about another guy, Deion Sanders, a guy that's been around for a while. And he just recently took a job yesterday in the University of Colorado, a team that they won one game last year and lost 11. And he's going there to try to turn this situation around. And I want to wish him the best of luck because he got a tough job ahead of him to get this thing turned around and at the University of Colorado. So we'll see how that turns out. I think he should have maybe waited for a better job opening. He should have tried to wait for something to open up maybe in Florida or something like that, a job, but he decided to go there. So we'll see what happens with that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But the main thing I wanted to talk about tonight was this border situation again. Once again, as you know, we've talked about this over and over and over, Steve. But now they got even more evidence that the Biden administration is transporting these individuals illegally, these illegals all over the country. They got undercover cameras that's been watching buses leave Texas, airplanes leaving the state of Texas, headed to destinations all over America. It's really a shame, Steve, what's going on with this border crisis. It's really sickening. You know, by the time these 2 years go by, Steve, I don't know how many. I forgot what the exact number is as of right now. The Biden administration has let into the country, but it's a scary number, and it's only going to get worse in the next 2 years. I think so. I think you said it could be 8 to 10 million people by the time he leaves the White House.
Based on the way the numbers are climbing, yes.
That's really sad, Steve. That's really a shame that the thing that Biden and his administration has let things get out of control. Like I say, like I told you last week, I know a lot of your listeners are up north in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Ohio. They don't really see what I see down here in Texas, and believe me, if they saw what I saw, they would be in shock because I've seen some things over the last couple of months. It's just embarrassing, Steve. And like I asked, I told you a couple of weeks ago, we got Greg Abbott down here in Texas, the governor, and he's doing everything he can. He don't get no hope. He don't even get a phone call from Joe Biden, Steve, to offer any kind of help to try to control this. He's basically on his own. If the state of Texas, if we didn't have Greg Abbott as the governor, Steve, this place would be overrun. You think the situation is out of control now? If Greg Abbott is the only thing that's keeping things even any type of sanity in the state of Texas right now, it's really embarrassing what the Biden administration has done in 2 years. We basically don't have a border. It's really sad. So, like I said, these 2 years can't go by fast enough. And as far as Herschel Walker goes, tomorrow, it's not looking too good.
Yep.
Maybe you can update your listeners on that throughout the night. But from what I'm hearing, it's not looking good for Herschel Walker to win this election tomorrow. I got my fingers and toes and everything else crossed. But like I say, I'm really disappointed in the American people, Steve, that I just can't believe these people. I've told you this several times. I just don't see what person in their right mind would vote Democrat after all these things that have happened in the last 2 years. I just can't see how somebody can turn their back on Herschel Walker and vote for this other man. The people of Georgia, they ought to be ashamed of themselves. I don't even live in Georgia, and I'm embarrassed at what these people are about to do. So, like I said, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But, yeah, maybe you could update us on some of the numbers that you might have throughout the night on what's happening with Herschel Walker in this situation. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Yeah, I look at the headline. I think I mentioned earlier, the headline from Politico reads, Republican hopes fade as Warnock momentum picks up in Georgia. All right. Yeah, both candidates barnstorming Georgia in a final plea for votes on Monday. Both parties say they expect a close outcome in this closely divided state of Georgia. after, of course, the November election defied expectations in countless races around the country. Yeah, they say a Walker victory is it's not out of the question, but just not looking like it's going to happen. From Warnock's first place finish in the first round of voting, to scattered polling and temperature checks of Democrat and Republican operatives, Warnock, they say, heads into Election Day today as at least a slight favorite to win a full 6-year term. Jason Shepard is the former chair of the Cobb County Republican Party, says, I think a lot of Republicans are hoping we'll be pleasantly surprised, but there aren't a lot of indications out there to actually base that on. Just a lot of hope and faith in things unseen. I mean, it is the Christmas season after all. Over the weekend, Warnock had the heavier schedule of the two, Saturday and Sunday, 6 different events in various cities. Also delivered a sermon at Ebenezer Baptist Church, where he serves as senior pastor, where he told his parishioners that voting is a form of prayer. Warning repeatedly on the campaign trail that record-breaking turnout in the early voting period does not guarantee a victory. Democrats have been encouraged that the large early vote totals mean a significant portion of their voters have already cast their ballots. And that means Republicans will have to make up some serious ground when it comes to Election Day turnout. We had an incredible early vote period, but don't spike the football before you get to the end zone, was his advice. I need you to bring this one home. Walker appeared at 2 events, a tailgate in Atlanta before the University of Georgia football game Saturday, where he did not speak, then a Sunday rally in Loganville where his stump speech touched on everything from complaints about pronouns and critical race theory to funding for law enforcement. It's time to have our voices heard and our vote counted, he said, so quit making up complaints. What we need to do is get to the polls. If you have a friend, go make a friend and get out the vote. Now, there hasn't been a whole lot of polling, they say, on this runoff, but a CNN survey released Friday showed Warnock with a narrow lead, 52 to 48%. You've always got that plus or minus, though. Independent voters broke for Warnock 61 to 36%, according to that poll. I guess, this kind of goes back to my original question after the midterm, because there was that third-party libertarian candidate on the ballot. Thus, Warnock or Walker did not break that 50% threshold. That candidate will not be a choice today. I asked that question several weeks ago, and I'm not really sure which direction the libertarian would go. Would they go with Warnock? Would they go with Walker? Several people responded saying that libertarians are actually predominantly for less government, which that would be Walker as a less government kind of candidate. And several others said that in all likelihood, many of those libertarians will probably just skip the vote. So I don't know where it would go. But a quick time out. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Let me see here. I believe Eskimo Mom had forwarded a story my way. Here in the state of Ohio, back on Friday. If you were out and about that evening, you may be the witness that has a key. Police are searching for more information involving a crash on I-71 southbound that killed a 17-year-old late Friday night. Let's see, this is, maybe this was actually Kentucky, not Ohio. I'm sorry. The Jefferson County Coroner's Office confirming Aiden Altman from LaGrange died from blunt force injuries in connection with a crash involving a semi on the interstate. Police responded to the crash about 11:45 p.m. Friday, determining there was an initial single vehicle crash before a pedestrian was struck in a second crash. Early investigation reveals a black Chevrolet driven by Altman lost control, struck a rock embankment before coming to rest in the left lane of I-71 South. Altman and another passenger were not hurt in that initial crash. They got out of the vehicle since it was in the middle of the roadway. They got over on the median. Both were standing in the median when a semi apparently swerved off the road into the median to avoid that wrecked Chevrolet. The passenger was able to move out of the way, but Altman was struck by the semi. The driver of the semi simply steered back onto I-71 and continued on. Altman was taken to University of Louisville Hospital and later pronounced dead. Officers have been unable to locate the semi that was involved in the crash. Anyone with information who may have been driving on I-71 in Oldham County Friday night into Saturday morning between like 11:45 p.m. and 1 a.m., if you have any info, a lot of times they say you can check your dash cams and whatnot. They're asking you to contact the Oldham County Police. All right, 5-7 checks in here. Good morning.
Good morning to you, sir. Good morning. I was just thinking about your story about the North Carolina power station shooting. And, I got it. I mean, it's a card, to watch the White House doing their best to try to put it on the mega group. I mean, it's sickening, but hey, that's who they are. I got it.
They always do that. I mean, with that, they don't have a suspect. They don't have a shred of evidence. They have no idea if the individual or individuals were red, yellow, black, or white from the United States or Canada or Mexico or anywhere else in the world. They don't know.
I know, but I do think they figured this is a good time to put that out there for the Georgia election. So, I think they were using it. So,
yeah.
Of course, the gay shooting, the nightclub shooting, they tried to tie that in.
They got that all wrong,
done
didn't
their
they?
best. Nancy's husband tried to tie that in. Do you remember right off the name of that organization that they claiming they did it? When you said the name of it, anti-government type thing, what it reminded me of is part of what Antifa stands for.
There is no group that's taken no group, no individual. They're kind of leaning toward, there are, I guess, groups out there, and I can't remember the term I used because I had never heard of it before. The groups that want to stir violence and bring down society as a whole. They want to destroy society.
That's Antifa. If you study them at all, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to, it's in their, I'm not going to misquote it,
right.
but it's in their, what the Antifa stands for. So, but when I seen that, watching all that just turned my stomach. But on the fuel situation, but you figure I burn 80 gallons a morning, come midnight to 12 noon. So you're saying all these trucks are not out there, and to me it's no different because I run this 2-lane road through South Carolina all the way to Charleston until I get over here on 17. But so that's always like this, no traffic. But if you do 1,000 trucks and put 80 gallons per 1,000 times, see how much fuel it's not being used, and if it's been doing it for 3-4 weeks, well, there you go. It shows you why fuel prices.
Maybe that's why the fuel prices are coming down. Yeah, you might be on to something there. Things are slowing down, right? All right, hold that thought because news break coming up here, after which we'll get back with your calls. Want to jump in here? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
Republican Oklahoma State Representative Jim Olson has moved to ban gender transition procedures being provided to anyone under the age of 21. That includes cutting off children and young adults to puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and sex change surgeries. If the bill becomes law, any organization or hospital found in violation would lose public funding. A North Carolina woman has revealed that last month she won the $100,000 Powerball and gave birth on the same day. Housekeeper Brenda Gomez Hernandez, who purchased her Quick Pick ticket for $3, played her 2 sons' birthdays. But she believes her newborn daughter also brought her good fortune. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I do believe it was the CNI dog sent me this link over the weekend, or maybe it was, Sunday. Now, we've all heard the term, bring us some figgy pudding. And they really took that line seriously. Yeah, they being the makers of Spam. They have introduced figgy pudding. Kind of a festive twist on their original recipe. Right in time for the holidays, of course. Of course, it's for a limited time only, but apparently it is so popular that it's already sold out via Amazon, Walmart, and the Spam website, according to NPR. The spin on the sweet treat ads, they say notes of cinnamon and nutmeg combined with fig and orange flavors to Spam's famed, eternally shelf-stable mix of pork and other ingredients. Hormel, the manufacturers of Spam, they have recipes online for holiday skewers, even pancakes that contain figgy pudding. They even created an animated video called We Wish You a Figgy Christmas. The lyrics include, have a spamtastic New Year. Figgy pudding, a traditional British dish, is actually a steamed cake with raisins, currants, and brandy. The modern-day take doesn't actually even include figs. Of course, Hormel originally introduced Spam in 1937. It became popular after it went to feed the soldiers in World War II. So it's nothing like the traditional British dish. They've got some photos of it. I don't know, Spam with a twist of nutmeg and orange, and what else was it? What do you think? You got to order some of that up for your Christmas dinner?
About a quarter-inch slice of Spam. Put it in fry it up real good, cauterize it.
Crispy.
Throw it on dark toast with some cheese. Makes a wonderful meal. But no figgy pudding for me, thank you. Okay, I'm coming up on Bonnie Doon, small area, so I'll drop all this live. I just wanted to finish up with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was saying, I should have shared it, but I got a phone call right about that time, and I couldn't get her back. Marjorie Taylor Greene explaining what this means. She goes, elections matter. She goes, right now, her side of the house, all they can do is go on in investigations, have hearings, and then all they can do from there is turn it over to the corrupt FBI, and she didn't say that, and turn it over to the Injustice Department. She didn't say that, but that's all they can do. So don't anybody get overexcited about them having that power, but be thankful they have it, because a lot of things will come to light, and that's what we got. That's what we got to work with, and that's the battle. And I appreciate the fact that they're out there and they're willing to do it, even though I've still seen Kevin McCarthy sort of being real quiet about this and not doing the war drums like he was for a short while after he got up there and said we're not going to do endless investigation. But I don't know. We just have to see what to do, Other than that, just not going to eat no figgy pudding. That's for sure. Why are we even bringing this stuff from Britain anyway? I mean, that's just British news every time I turn around. The King of England and all this Meghan Markle stuff, all that stuff. It scratches my head. Why did they come to America? I mean, he's the Prince of England. He probably would have been better off if he went to Canada, because they don't believe in guns. He don't believe in guns either, But I guess we'll let anybody in. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoying the show so far. Appreciate everybody calling in. And I try to tell by word of mouth everybody I know that at night they can get on 12 to 5 on the Steve Summers overnight drive.
Here we are.
And get it out there and blow off some steam about what's going on in the news. How about it? Okay, 5-7.
Right. Have fun rolling through the swamp this morning. Didn't he say he's rolling into the swamp? No, I did not grow up celebrating St. Nick's Day. But today is December the 6th. Did you grow up celebrating St. Nick's Day? If so, you hang your stocking on the eve of December the 5th. In other words, this morning. What is the rest of the story? Well, okay, I did not know that. Denise shared this about an hour ago. St. Nicholas, or St. Nick, is relatively unknown in most of the U.S. He was a Christian bishop living in the Roman Empire in the early 300 A.D. The holiday is a German custom and mostly popular around areas where the German heritage thrives, as well as in Europe. Now, I do know the town I live in, Cincinnati, Ohio, is a town with a whole lot of German heritage. Typically, children hang their stockings or leave their shoes outside their bedroom door, awaiting goodies when they wake up. The goodies can include a stuffed animal, sometimes golden foiled chocolate coins and other candies, ornaments, pencils, notepads, books, just about anything that fits. Why the chocolate coins? Well, if you know the St. Nicholas story, you know he was said to have thrown money through an open window of a poor family's home during the night. The family was poor, had no dowry money for their 3 daughters. Having no money back then meant probably they wouldn't marry, which also meant they would be sold as slaves or go into the oldest profession, if you know what that is. The money was said to have landed on their socks and shoes that were drying by the hearth. It's interesting that he did this secretly. No pompous show of his generosity. In remembering St. Nicholas Day, oranges and apples were often given. That's why an orange frequently was put into the toe of a Christmas or St. Nick's stocking. Oranges used to be pricey fruit before the days of improved transportation. They were considered a real treat. Now, unlike Santa's visit, which occurs on Christmas Eve, St. Nick, of course, occurs earlier in the month. There's no confusion for children as to where St. Nick fits into the nativity story. It's rather like celebrating George Washington's birthday with cherry pie. St. Nicholas Day is a just-for-fun holiday commemorating a real person who is known for his kindness and his good work. No need for all the tall tales about how St. Nick is omnipresent or makes it all the way around the world in one night delivering presents for the good boys and girls. So there you go. So St. Nick can be celebrated and enjoyed, used to illustrate an important truth, that it is more blessed to give than it is to receive. So there you go. I now know the rest of the story. St. Nicholas Day today. How about that? Did you grow up celebrating St. Nicholas Day?
No, can't say I do. I know the St. Nicholas story, but I can't say I've ever celebrated St. Nicholas Day. That's one on me. That with my heritage, you'd think I'd know all that stuff.
Yeah?
Heck, but yeah, because most of my dad's side is German. But oh well, that's beside the point. Well, as I was saying earlier, I was pulling into my terminal down here in Greensboro. Yeah, unfortunately, we had to head the funeral there last Thursday, and that got a little uneasy there. I hadn't paid attention to the mausoleum there, and they literally put my wife's uncle and the aunt in the same hole in the mausoleum, and here we're putting Aunt Mary in, and you can see Uncle Sam's casket in front of it. You know, he's passed away 16 months ago. I wasn't expecting that, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know how many people's experienced that or not. I've only been to a couple where somebody was laid to rest in a mausoleum anyway. Most of my family's been buried, side by side. Horse Feathers was talking about my profile being hacked.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, that worthless coal hauling thing, shoulder riding Sammy, hacked into my profile, and even put in there if they didn't want you to drive on the shoulder, then why did they pave it? I tell you what, he's a real danger running up on I-79 over there, the heart of West Virginia. I'd watch out for him. He's something else. I think he's driving an old Model R Mac or something. I ain't figured out how he gets that sucker up to them kind of speeds, but I guess you got that kind of weight pushing you down the hill. oh, you can really build up some speed. What do you think, Steve?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. So it's a rainy night down here in Greensboro. It was just drizzling when I come down through Martinsville earlier, just light, but it's getting with it pretty good over here in Greensboro. Yeah, it started pretty hard there probably a half hour or so ago, and I don't know. They said you say that storm pretty much stretching all the way back in the southeast. Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yes, sir.
Was it? Yeah. So it sounds like we're going to get pretty well drenched down here. This is the other end of my trip now, is down here instead of Whitfield. So it sounds like I'll have a soggy week, at least when I get on this end. Well, that's about all I got. Am I here right, though? Is Stucklebuster on vacation till the first year?
I believe that is the case.
Oh, okay. I'll have to see what we can do about that later on. Thank you for taking my call, Steve. I hope everybody has a safe night.
All right. Have a good morning, Gilligan. Thanks for checking in, and we'll return into...
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, yes, indeed. Feel free to jump on in. Lines available, again, at 844-844-3388. So it is St. Nicholas Day. Hey, and December the 6th, we got a promotion that starts today. Yeah, now through December the 12th, all the gasoline or diesel-powered gift sets are $54.95. Via hotshotsecret.com. That's a web-only promotion. Now, $54.95, that's over a 20% savings. So, yeah, go to hotshotsecret.com and get those orders in between now and the 12th. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout and get an additional 10% off your order. There you go, hotshotsecret.com. And, of course, I saw let me flip back over. Somebody said, I am so glad Hot Shot Secret came out with this new formula. It's the Everyday Diesel Treatment Plus Winter Defense, EDT Plus Winter Defense. The squeeze bottle format as well. It has everything that's great about the Everyday Diesel Treatment with the enhanced winter protection against fuel gelling, of course. That's it, EDT plus Winter Defense. It's pretty much the very popular, one of the fastest growing diesel treatments in the country, the everyday diesel treatment, now with the added anti-gel properties as we head into those colder months. A fully formulated 7-in-1 diesel treatment to prevent diesel fuel from gelling or icing. Also contains a powerful cetane booster. You've got the LX4 lubricity additive and your Keep Clean detergent package and the de-icer chemicals. Yeah, that'll reduce your fuel line freeze-ups down to 40 below, increase fuel economy, and, of course, boost power and increase your cetane just like the everyday diesel treatment would. So there you go. Check that out. And our number, 844-844-3388. Is that the Bargain Hunter back with us?
It is. I had to do a drop and hook.
I kind of figured as much.
Yeah, I was out of the truck a couple times. I never did get my code that when you asked me about that. So, the code for the first timer?
Right. Yeah, I saw where you had posted like a week or so ago. I don't know if you were on the YouTube at the time when we were still there, or Facebook, that you never got your code. And I said at the time, I said, hey, can you send me an email? Send me your phone number, because I had thrown that number away after I emailed it to him. So I got your number back down here. I will forward that to Josh and Kyle this morning, and they'll get you a code out.
Okay. The reason why I was calling is I just want to know how long we're going to keep using this COVID as an excuse for everything. First of all, about 7 months ago, I bought a Lazy Boy, and Lazy Boy furniture has like a 20-year warranty. 7 months ago, they come to my house, and wasn't even there 10 minutes, and they says, oh, we need a part. We're going to order it. Haven't heard a word from them with Lazy Boy, and they say, oh, COVID's got everything on back order. I was like, okay. And then we just bought a GMC Terrain back in August, waiting for the computer chip, still saying the same thing, COVID. And then last week, you're going to love this one, Steve, I was at the Frisch's right off of Coleraine by the Myers.
Mm-hmm.
So we go in there, and it's 5 o'clock. Only about 20 people in there. And 6:30, we wind up walking out. Never even got our meal yet. Sat there for an hour and a half, and
wow,
the waitress blamed COVID.
COVID?
I was like, there's more waitress than people in there. So when I told her we're leaving, she goes, well, your order's over there now. I'm like, well, I don't want it now. It's probably been sitting there cold. We're going home and eat. And then this is what got me. Then I watched the news today, and I hear that lady in New York blaming COVID for their overpopulated rats. I said, you got to be kidding me. Now you're going to blame the rats? I'm pretty sure you had a rat, a whole bunch of rats before COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't put your garbage, you just throw it out there on the street in bags. And you wonder why you got a rat population, that's just exploding. And I've always said this, and I know I probably offend some people, but I always think New York City is a leech anyway. They suck, like a leech sucks the blood out of you.
Yeah.
That's New York. They don't produce anything. They don't do anything. We bring everything in, and all we do is haul garbage out. And they charge, I was shocked when I heard they charge like $125 now for semis to cross the George Washington Bridge. And I don't even know if that much is true, but I'm like, wait a minute, we're paying all this money just to come in there and take all your trash out. And it's just, like I said, it's like a leech. But they couldn't pay me $1 million a year to live in that city. But that was the biggest thing I was just saying. I mean, I'm going to try to figure out how I can use COVID as an excuse for something, because everybody else seems to be doing it.
Yeah.
And it just seems like no matter what city where, the big cities with the Democrats controlling it, the murder population, it doesn't matter. It's COVID's fault. It's not just Trump's fault, it's COVID's fault. So that was my 2 cents.
Well, good to hear from you, Bargain Hunter. Yes, like I said, I got your number down here. We'll get you that First-time caller code.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for
All
checking in. And let's see. We lost the Scarecrow. So now as we head toward top of the hour news break, we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. He complained about New York, the leech that they are, because they suck the blood out of you, or they suck the money out of your pocket. I guess that's an appropriate place to share that if you drive through the Empire State, you're going to be paying more. Get ready to open that pocketbook. On November 30th, the New York State Thruway Authority announced their intention to propose a system-wide toll increase beginning in 2024, so not 23, but you got another year. But they are proposing an increase of 5% for in-state E-ZPass users, with an additional increase of 5% coming up in 2027 for drivers without E-ZPass or with one from another state. The proposed increase is that correct, 75%? Okay, the proposal will officially be presented to the authority's board of directors. I guess that was this past day. They plan to hold public hearings on the plan prior to voting on whether to approve or reject it. They say we need the money to help update and repair the aging infrastructure. Along the state's thruway, there's 815 bridges, 75% that are over 60 years old. More than 85 of the bridges along the toll road have been identified for a replacement in the next 10 years, they tell us. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. All right, news break on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Lawmakers have until December 16th to pass a funding bill to keep the government running. Democrats want to pass a spending package that would fund the government through the rest of the 2023 fiscal year. Many Republicans are opposed to this, including New York Republican Congressman-elect Mike Lawler, who weighs in on the issue on Fox News.
There should not be a long-term spending bill here. A continuing resolution should be passed to fund the government into January so that the new Congress, myself included, can get in there and rein in this reckless, out-of-control spending.
Thousands of North Carolinians are without power after shootings at 2 power substations over the weekend. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre confirms the federal government is offering to help get the power restored there.
We have been in touch with local officials, and we're going to provide any assistance needed to help them.
You'll have more time to get the real ID necessary to board flights or enter federal facilities. The Department of Homeland Security announced the real ID deadline will be pushed back from May 3rd of next year to May 7th, 2025. DHS said the extension is necessary to address the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The man who shot Lady Gaga's dog walker and stole her French bulldogs is going away for a long time. After Monday's no contest plea in Los Angeles, James Howard Jackson was immediately sentenced to 21 years in prison. The dog walker survived the shooting, and the dogs were eventually recovered. Wall Street ending Monday on a down note. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 453 points. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic are still being felt.
Teenagers' brains are aging faster due to pandemic-related stress. A study published in Biological Psychiatry Global Open Science shows teens experienced higher levels of depression, anxiety, and fearfulness than before the COVID-19 pandemic. Researchers found signs of premature aging in MRI scans of a group of teens taken before the first year the virus spread and then at the end of the pandemic's first year. In the USA Radio News Midwest Bureau, I'm Katie Lewis.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is announcing a state program to provide temporary shelter and housing to Floridians impacted by Hurricane Ian for those not eligible for FEMA relief.
We want to bring relief to impacted Floridians, regardless of whether FEMA wants to be a part of that. So today I'm announcing Florida will be providing up to $25 million through state funds to purchase building materials and provide those materials to verified nonprofit organizations.
Actress Amber Heard is filing an appeal over the ruling made in the case against ex-husband Johnny Depp. He was awarded over $10 million in damages after a jury found Heard defamed Depp. Heard's lawyers found 16 different errors that were made during the original trial. Her lawyers adding the case should have been held in California. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Welcome back. Hey, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. And if you're one of those that scour through social media and tend to share things without checking whether they're factual or not, please stop sharing the fictitious story that Alan Jackson is dead. It's all one of those social media hoax. Yes, and Snopes says it's a Facebook death hoax. That's right. I've seen numerous people that have shared this the last couple of days. Alan Jackson is not dead. He is 64 years old. He is alive. I wouldn't necessarily say alive and well. He has got some health issues. And his daughter actually spoke out about that a few days ago. Fans concerned about his health. What's going on? His daughter, Maddie, discussed her dad's new bourbon. It's called Silver Belly Whiskey. Talked about that last week on Thursday's episode of Today in Nashville. Now, health-wise, he does suffer the neurological condition, something I've never heard of. It's, I guess, easier to remember as CMT disease. Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease. Yeah, fans told how they're worried about him. Maddie told how while growing up, she would watch her dad drink water and whiskey. He wanted everybody to have a way to be part of his career, his life in a new way. Jackson's New Whiskey was named after the color of his famous cowboy hat, and each bottle is labeled after his best-selling songs. This after the internet hoax claiming he had died. It was dismissed after a clip of him was shared online captioned, "Still living that honky-tonk dream, y'all." Matter of fact, last week he received the Willie Nelson Lifetime Achievement Award, the Country Music Association Awards. Yeah, oddly enough, Willie Nelson has been on the receiving end of death hoaxes, internet hoaxes, several times in recent years. But Alan said, "Country music has been real good to me. I fell in love with it when I was a young man. I loved the instruments, the steel guitars, the fiddles, the things like that gave it such a unique character to me and made it its own. I loved the lyrics and the songs and the artists and the melodies, the harmonies. It's just real American music to me." Now, he did open up a few months ago about his CMT disease diagnosis. He said, "I have this neuropathy and neurological disease. It's genetic. I inherited it from my daddy. There is no cure for it, but it's actually been affecting me for years," he said, "and it's getting more and more obvious. And I know I'm kind of stumbling around on stage, and now I'm having a little bit of trouble with balancing, even in front of the microphone. So it does make you feel very uncomfortable. It's not going to kill me," he says. Yeah, this particular disorder, CMT, affects about 126,000 people here in the United States, some 2.6 million people on a global scale, according to the National Institute of Neurological Disorders. But again, Alan Jackson is not dead. Stop sharing the fictitious story. There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let me shift over to my tragic situation. Yeah, anyone who's gone through any kind of gun training, we all have been taught, should have been from an early age, you never point a gun at someone unless you plan to use it, right? It's not something you joke around with, right? It's harken back to the shooting on the movie set. What was it? Alex Baldwin. Was that a year or so ago? I thought the gun was empty. Nope. Tragic situation unfolds over the past weekend when a young cop in Florida failed to follow his basic gun safety protocol and accidentally killed his best friend. According to the message from the Brevard County Sheriff, Wayne Ivey, the incident actually involved two police officers, 23-year-old Austin Welsh and Andrew Lawson, whose age is unknown. The two men described as the best of friends, lived together in Palm Bay, worked together at the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. Saturday morning, the two were taking a break from playing some online video games with some friends. They were just kind of standing around talking, according to the report, when Lawson grabbed a gun he believed that had been previously unloaded, so he just jokingly pointed the gun at Wash and pulled the trigger. That's all it takes. A single round, which pretty much killed his best friend instantly. Lawson then called 911 begging for help. When officers arrived, they found Walsh on the floor. Again, he had apparently succumbed immediately to his injuries. Ivey has described Lawson as completely devastated by his actions. He is fully cooperating with the investigation, but now he has indeed been charged with manslaughter with a firearm. He's actually booked into the Brevard County Jail. Although professional throughout the video message, the sheriff admitted his own emotional investment in both of these men and how heartbreaking this case is. Folks, this is one of the toughest days of my career, he says. Walsh had worked for the department for about 5 years. He even volunteered there before he turned 18 because he was so passionate about law enforcement. He dreamed of becoming a deputy sheriff one day. Lawson had just been sworn in as a deputy back in May, and a video from that ceremony shows a man that's just beaming with enthusiasm and promise. Either way, I personally know both of these kids, they were the best, the sheriff says. Austin was passionate about his job. He loved the community that he so proudly served, and Andrew, he's a great kid who sadly made a horrible, irresponsible decision that has now forever impacted the lives of so many. All police officers and responsible gun owners are trained to treat every firearm as if they are loaded and dangerous, even if you believe it's unloaded or inoperable. That's the precaution which can be the difference between life and death, as Walsh's heartbreaking demise at such a young age demonstrates, as they say. I thought it was unloaded. Maybe it was one of those, just you got one in the chamber. All right, so that's a sad story. Got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Then on to the Twitter files. We had our first tranche dumped on Friday evening. But according to Elon Musk, there's much more to come. It may take another day or two. After, first of all, outing the Biden administration for directing political censorship operations at Twitter, he said there are more smoking guns to reveal. He also noted the ire that he's bringing upon himself for exposing the political bias on the social media giant, preemptively saying, I do not have any suicidal thoughts. If I committed suicide, it's not real. Kind of letting people know, because he's getting death threats and things of that nature. Yeah, kind of referencing the mantra that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. We all know the background. After paying $44 billion to buy Twitter, dealing now with the cancel culture, whether it be the woke advertisers. He did suggest over the weekend that exposing the 2020 presidential election cycle suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story has reflexively brought the advertising revenue back to Twitter. Just a note to thank the advertisers for returning to Twitter, having previously vowed to out the woke companies publicly as well. He said, our commitment, Twitter's commitment to the truth, should ultimately force the mainstream media to follow suit as well. We're just going to put all the information out there, try to get a clean slate that we will be literally better, and it'll force other media companies to also be more truthful, or else they're going to lose their readership or viewership. His particular, little question and answer session was watched by tens of thousands of users, according to the New York Post. Now, he said he's not getting into the minutia of the Twitter files. I'm going to leave that to the journalists. They've been entrusted with reporting on it. But there has been a very different standard applied to Republican candidates in the United States versus a Democrat candidate in the U.S. election meddling campaign. I'm not saying this is definitely the case. There appears to have been a double standard where Democrats were not censored, kind of repeating what Trump had said, versus most conservative Republicans. Republicans were censored. This is quite frankly obvious to anyone who uses Twitter, he says. It's frankly the behavior that's expected from an organization that's based in San Francisco, which is, as we all well know, far left. Now, he has urged on Twitter for Americans to vote Republican, noting political contributions from Twitter were over 99% to the Democrat Party. What kind of viewpoint would you expect people to have then? It's the behavior you would expect from a company that is essentially a distillation of San Francisco politics. And now House Republicans, with or without the Biden administration Justice Department, are vowing to conduct oversight of the violation of the Constitution's First Amendment. We are tracking Vijaya Gadde's role in the suppression of the New York Post story. She was one of the top dogs there at Twitter. We absolutely plan to investigate this more, so stay tuned. All right, so, after, what's-his-name, Tabby kind of broke the story, immediately the Democrats and the mainstream media go on the trying to smear Tabby. Anytime you try to speak out against them, they immediately attack. The New York Times has become, for all intents and purposes, an unregistered lobbying firm for far-left politicians, says Musk. Now, advertisers that had blocked spending on the social media platform, including Apple and others, apparently have now returned. I think we're starting to see a lot of other advertisers resume their spending. I think the problem is they would read all these stories and then think they were true, and they were not true. It's becoming clear the media stories about Twitter being some sort of like right-wing hellscape, which is it absolutely is not. Think about the fact that there was a point in time when Elon Musk was almost like a hero to the left. He's all about the Green New Deal. He's the guy that's developing electric vehicles. He's the savior of the planet now. How things have changed. We return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
righty, who else we got checking in here? Hello to Mr. Spielman. Morning, Tom. Good to have you with us. Hello to Curtis. Curtis says, no YouTube. Nope. No, I responded, Curtis, I believe the YouTube ban is permanent. Again, I haven't talked with Josh about it. It might be one of those 2-week deals or 3 weeks, I don't know. Or it may be it all depends on how far back the first strike was, which I can't recall. Then he said, what is the app you're on? So I typed in, if you got the iPhone or the Android, it matters not. Just go to your iPhone has, what do they call it? The App Store. Android phones, it is, I believe, the Google Play Store. Anywhere where you download your apps, you type in overnightdriveradio.com. You need to have the .com on there. overnightdriveradio.com. Simply download the app, and there you are. Simple as pushing a button. Sandy checks in. Let's see. Hello, everybody. Sending virtual hugs and well wishes to all this holiday season. I am thankful for all of you and enjoy the show every night. Your callers are always entertaining. They make me laugh as well. Thank you so much, Sandy. Let's see. Then Bargain Hunter. Yeah, we talked to him. He said, I forgot to mention, did you catch the video of the rat in New York City that was carrying a slice of pizza down the street? Yeah, also the rat that was in the middle of Yankee Stadium in the grass. So if they have rats in the bowl field on the grass, imagine how many rats are back in the kitchen area. Oh, boy. Yeah, all right. Think about that next time you order up a hot dog at the field there. If it looks like there's been a bite taken out of it, that could be an actual rat nibble there. It's about a minute before news break, so tell you what, let's just hit a couple of other quick industry headlines, after which we'll get back to your calls. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Dumbass of the Week nominee here. Virginia State Police arresting a motorist from Delaware on multiple charges after fleeing from a traffic stop, dragging a trooper for miles along I-295 at a high rate of speed. 38-year-old Milton Germain Lewis, charged with reckless driving by speeding, felony eluding of an officer, having a concealed weapon, altering a serial number on a firearm, felony assault of a law enforcement officer, abduction, attempted capital murder, failure to maintain control of a vehicle, no seatbelt, felony hit and run. My, that's quite the list. Going back to last Friday afternoon, a trooper noticed the vehicle speeding on I-295, traveling at 97 miles per hour, initiated a traffic stop on the shoulder. When the trooper approached the vehicle from the passenger side, the driver, later identified as Lewis, was non-compliant and sped off from the stop at a high rate of speed, causing the trooper to become stuck in the passenger side door. Wow.
USA Radio News.
Republican Oklahoma State Representative Jim Olson has moved to ban gender transition procedures being provided to anyone under the age of 21. That includes cutting off children and young adults to puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and sex change surgeries. If the bill becomes law, any organization or hospital found in violation would lose public funding. A North Carolina woman has revealed that last month she won the $100,000 Powerball and gave birth on the same day. Housekeeper Brenda Gomez Hernandez, who purchased her Quick Pick ticket for $3, played her two sons' birthdays. But she believes her newborn daughter also brought her good fortune. This is USA Radio News.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Let me see. Anybody use I-95 over there in Virginia? There is a segment where the Virginia DOT is asking you to avoid, because they got a big-time interstate bridge construction project that's going to result in big-time traffic delays. The I-95, what they're calling the Mega Work Zone project, taking place this week, will allow the Virginia DOT to open a new I-95 northbound bridge at the mile marker 132 over the river. The Between Fredericksburg and Stafford County, the DOT warns travelers should expect major delays on 95 North between 5 o'clock Monday, this past afternoon or evening, through 4:30 a.m. on Wednesday, December the 7th. Between exit 130 and 136, as traffic is moved onto the new bridge. They recommend all drivers avoid the area between Monday evening and early Wednesday morning if possible. We're grateful for the patience of the Fredericksburg area and travelers as we open this interstate bridge. We don't open interstate bridges often. Crews are going to be working nonstop during the work zone hours right now as we transition the travelers onto the new crossing. They offer some tips to help navigate the I-95 project. I'm not going to go through all that with you there, but just be aware between the 130 and 136. Then out in Utah, did you hear those booms? The Department of Transportation sharing videos. Workers there preparing for the winter avalanche season, testing the agency's howitzers. Yeah, those big cannons, the howitzers in Big Cottonwood Canyon. Here last week, they shared video of crews testing the howitzers, which are used to trigger controlled avalanches to help keep the roadways, including State Route 190 and State Route 210, safe during the winter months. The test firing of the howitzers is important because it allows crews to verify predetermined targets in some of the known avalanche areas. This way, when the inclement weather causes poor visibility conditions, the howitzers can be fired based on the targeting information that they gather during the test firing. Also, the howitzers, in addition, they use various techniques to create controlled avalanche, including explosives placed by hand or dropped by a helicopter, avalaunchers, which use compressed gas to launch a small explosive, and remote control systems. All right, our goal is to make sure that people can travel safely in the canyons this winter. We're always working to keep these highways open as much as possible so both the people of Utah and visitors can get to our state's world-class outdoor recreation areas. Guess some of the ski resorts and whatnot. Good morning, Heatwave. What's happening?
Oh, good morning, senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Just heading for the house, and the way this road is here between Albuquerque and Edgewood, it's like a basketball court, and I'm the damn basketball just bouncing up and down. Hey, if they could ever learn how to build a road that is smooth, it would probably be my last day on earth, I'll tell you. Good night. Well, I guess you heard Christy Alley had passed away.
Yeah, I saw that.
And, my wife sent me a thing about her, and in the comments, the first one I seen, it was critiquing her on her acting ability. She's like, well, she was no Oscar winner, and she was a Trump supporter and didn't mind attacking Obama and Biden. And it's like, what the hell has that got to do with anything?
Nothing.
A family has lost a member. So, I mean, if the left really wants to get downright nasty about it, I think I can do the same. I'll have champagne brunches when certain jackasses pass away due to accident or old age or illness, and I'll just be flying the flag up there saying, come and take it, sitting down there just enjoying myself. It'd be like a 4th of July parade, party at my place. Because, I mean, that's absolute lunacy, someone be acting that way, having that kind of idea.
Well.
So, anyways, and I put pictures on my Facebook page. I probably ought to throw on your page there, but they're the truck stop, Little America truck stop there in Flagstaff. They got all the pretty shiny, flashy things going on right now. So it looks like a winter wonderland of majestic color out there. It was really, really a sight to see. How in the hell did TCU maintain a number 3 spot when they lost their game by 3 points near the end? I don't understand that. Is it because TCU had only one loss for the whole season? It was then? And then, I thought they were going to drop out and someone else was going to jump up, but
well, is that what Alabama was kind of lobbying for, you think? Is that?
Yeah, I believe so. Alabama was saying they were the best 2-loss team because they lost by a total of 4 points at the opponent's fields. So it was away games.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's kind of like what Texas A&M did with Jimbo Fisher when they were 10-1, and the only game they lost to was to Alabama. And he was lobbying hard to get in there. And, of course, they just looked at him and went, whatever. So it's nice to see that the people there just looked at Nick Saban in Alabama and said, whatever. Just some teams have been on the high horse for such a long time. It's nice to see them stumble and fall on their face like A&M and Alabama. So, as the old moniker is, there's always next year. So I guess we'll see what happens next year as far as football goes. So, well, what else? Did I miss anything last night? I'm sure I did because I didn't hear the show. I was sleeping.
Just a typical Monday, if you know what I mean, as we did our regular old things.
Oh, draggy. Well, yeah, like you say, there's a lot of people that don't start their week until actually Monday night into Tuesday or Tuesday into Wednesday. That's why Chris needs to have a weekend show. I'll do it. I don't know. We shouldn't do it that way because if I were on there, you'd probably have one listener, and that would be me on the replay. So that's probably a bad idea for me to be up there. So, but other than that, it's actually kind of warm out here in Albuquerque, and I'm getting up into the East Mountains here. It's partly cloudy, no wind to speak of, and it's 45 degrees. And earlier this morning, I did see, yesterday morning rather, I did see the clouds come in off of the Pacific there in Los Angeles. So I'm thinking something wicked, something's going to come up and give us a nice coating of moisture in the form of rain or snow or both. So this ought to be interesting. So, yeah. Well, other than that, not a whole lot happening. Just booting and scooting. So I guess I'll let you go before I put your audience to sleep. Steve, you have yourself a good night. We'll holler at y'all later.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, and enjoy that warmer weather while it sticks around, while it lasts. All right, yeah, we were talking about some of these companies that were boycotting Twitter. Yeah, the woke companies, right? Remember that old saying, you go woke, you go broke? Yeah, there's more and more proof. Yeah, the facts are showing that, you look at one company after another. There were a couple of major car manufacturers that it took their boycott of Twitter to the next level. But they didn't seem to have taken into consideration the feelings of their potential customers. Monday, CarBuzz reported that General Motors and Audi, seemingly upset with the changes Elon Musk had made to the website, had decided not only to stop advertising on Twitter, but they decided to stop tweeting altogether. They had not deleted their Twitter accounts. However, they're still, replying to customer comments. But the manufacturers forgot to take one important fact into consideration, which is not all of your potential customers are woke lefties who hate the new Twitter management. One Twitter user called Hill Country John, wrote, Aldi, all of your customers are not woke leftist. We will certainly consider this political move the next time we buy a vehicle. Please see my homepage picture. I guess proof that he owns an Audi. See, another says, Aldi, all of your customers are not woke leftists. Aldi itself responded, saying, we regret to hear of your dissatisfaction and invite you to DM us if we can be of assistance. That's direct message us. Yeah, John responds by saying, if my direct message can change this childish decision by Volkswagen, I certainly would. But my public display of disappointment will have to suffice. Other users also reported to John's tweet, or responded, pointing out that it's bad business for GM and Audi to be alienating millions of customers who may not share their political views. They will consider this when they purchase a new car. I have bought or leased 7 Audis for me and my family since 2015. We certainly will take this into consideration next time. A couple of others here. Agreed, the cowardice shown explains a lot about who these companies are. Yeah, Aldi Group, order canceled. No, you cannot offer me assistance if I direct message you. Yeah, you should have your leadership actually show some leadership. Elon Musk, keep doing what you're doing because free speech matters. Yeah, another says, is it a wise turn to turn away millions of possible customers? You know, Twitter users buy cars as well. You go woke, you go broke, but that's the name of the game in society these days. Our number, 844-844-3388. We return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Meanwhile, the cryptocurrency fallout continues, and Bloomberg reports as analysts and investors struggling to call a bottom. How low can we go? As far as the crypto stocks, in the wake of the brutal month that ended with the head of BlackRock saying most digital asset firms will not survive. Cryptocurrency firms, including Coinbase Global, Galaxy Digital Holdings, MicroStrategy, all plunged more than 25% last month. Adding to the pain of what was already a dismal year, a deep and extended plunge in Bitcoin and other digital tokens. While that trio of firms rallied last week, they've still wiped out roughly $52 billion of shareholder value this year. Now, already reeling from what they call the crypto winter, investors dealt with a major blow with, of course, the FTX exchange, which sent Bitcoin tumbling once again. To top it off, BlackRock Chief Executive Larry Fink said that he expects most crypto companies will fold after FTX's demise. Questions about whether crypto actually has a future have become prevalent after a year during which many tokens lost more than 70% of their value, and the collapse of FTX has exacerbated the crisis of confidence that actually started way back in the spring. Few, if any, companies connected to the sector have been spared during this sell-off. Even banks like Silvergate Capital and Signature Bank are taking hits. Mining stocks have been among the worst performers. Marathon Digital Holdings and Hut 8 Mining Corporation both saw their prices cut roughly in half in the month of November. They talked after the FTX, the word contagion spreading throughout the industry, which ultimately became a reality last week when BlockFi also filed for bankruptcy. What's next on the horizon? What I found interesting, you notice on the news that you got this Bankman-Fried actually out there trying to do some interviews and whatnot, saying that I didn't do anything wrong. I had no idea. There was no crime committed here. It was just, it was bad management. Do what? Yeah, from the CoinDesk. In the weeks since Bankman-Fried's empire was revealed to be a house of lies, you notice the mainstream news organizations and the commentators have continuously failed to give their readers or viewers a straightforward assessment of what exactly happened. Institutions including the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, have uncovered many facts about the scandal, but they also repeatedly seem to downplay the facts, to kind of soft pedal his intent, Bankman-Fried's intent and culpability. It is now clear what happened at the FTX crypto exchange and the hedge fund Alameda Research involved a variety of conscious, intentional fraud intended to steal money from both the users and the investors. That's why a recent New York Times interview was widely derided for seeming to frame FTX's collapse as it was just a result of mismanagement, not malfeasance. A Wall Street Journal article bemoaned the loss of charitable donations from FTX, arguably propping up Bankman-Fried's strategic philanthropic pose, which was all fictitious. The money was effectively embezzled. Many outlets have described what happened at FTX as a bank run or a run on the deposits. While Bankman-Fried has repeatedly insisted we were simply over-leveraged and disorganized, both of these attempts to frame the fallout, Ignore the core issue, which was the misuse of customer funds. Banks can be hit by bank runs because they are explicitly in the business of lending customer funds out to generate returns. They can experience a short-term cash crunch if everyone withdraws at the same time without there being any sort of a long-term problem. But FTX and other crypto exchanges, they are not banks. They do not or should not do bank-style lending. So even a very acute surge of withdrawals should not create a liquidity problem. FTX had specifically promised customers they would never lend out or otherwise use the crypto that they were entrusted to at the exchange. So that was all a lie in itself. The fact of the matter is those funds were sent to the linked trading firm, Alameda Research, where they were, it seems, simply gambled away. This is, in the simplest terms, theft at an unprecedented scale. While the total losses have not yet been quantified, up to 1 million customers are expected to have been impacted, according to the bankruptcy documents. And in less than a month, reporting and the bankruptcy process have uncovered a proverbial laundry list of further decisions and practices that would constitute financial fraud if this guy, FTX, had been a regulated entity. Even without any crypto-specific rules at play, insofar as they enabled the effective theft of property from American citizens, these ploys will, in all likelihood, still be litigated in the courts. But the list is very, very long, they say. They kind of break down the whole Alameda Research, FTT print and collateralized loans, and on it goes. The proverbial Ponzi scheme, as they call it. All right, we're going to get a top of the hour news break. Got a full hour yet to come your way, though. So jump on board at 844-3388. Get more traveler's weather and plenty under the industry headlines as we roll into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Looking at what is it, 6th day of December. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Voters in Georgia will head to the polls Tuesday to decide the runoff election in the state's Senate race. Recent polling shows Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock has a narrow lead over Republican challenger Herschel Walker. Early voting wrapped up in Georgia over the weekend, with more than 350,000 people casting their ballots on Friday alone. A Republican senator isn't mincing her words about Democrats' decision to move the first-in-the-nation caucus from Iowa to South Carolina. Appearing on Fox News Sunday, Iowa Senator Joni Ernst said Democrats gave the Midwest the, quote, middle finger, end quote, with the move. The DNC said they will make the change due to a lack of diversity in Iowa, as well as South Carolina's role in turning around President Biden's 2020 campaign. Back in Washington, the highest court in the land is hearing a case about discrimination, where the company owner argues she will serve anyone, just not any topic.
The web designer who's opposed to creating wedding websites for same-sex couples because it's a conflict of her religious beliefs. Lori Smith is at the center of this case. She spoke after oral arguments on Fox News.
The right to speak freely is guaranteed to each and every one of us, and a win for me is a win for everybody.
The court is expected to issue a decision on the case at some point before its term wraps up in June. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
And Monday Night Football sees the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are leading the NFC South currently with a 5-6 record, face off against the New Orleans Saints. This is USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medi-Share saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medi-Share has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. And it really is a great community, too. People encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medi-Share Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees, and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Elon Musk's Neuralink, a medical device company, is under federal investigation for potential animal welfare violations. Neuralink Corp is developing a brain implant it hopes will help paralyzed people walk again. But some sources inside the company say it's causing needless suffering among the animals being tested. Meanwhile, Musk is focused on a different animal-based company, the Bluebird of Twitter.
New CEO Elon Musk has given official Twitter documents to the media that exposes the federal government and Twitter executives as it happened during a presidential election. Mr. Musk on Saturday explained his position.
I think there will be more smoking guns because the obvious next question is, well, what happened after the election? That's probably the right thing for episode 2, is what happened after the election.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
And a scientist named Andrew Huff worked of Eco Health Alliance, the U.S. taxpayer-funded nonprofit group that collaborated with the Chinese laboratory on bat virus research ahead of the COVID-19 outbreak. Huff now claims that COVID-19 was man-made and that he saw the potential for the lab leak out of the Wuhan Institute of Virology as early as 2016. For USA Radio News, I'm Victoria Idoni.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to say
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, what do you say? Get that final hour underway on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Well, horse feathers, what can I say? At least you have been forewarned now. I gave the news about the I-95, the mega construction process, 130 to 136 mile marker. He said, thanks a lot, Steve. That's where I'm going to be today. Thanks a lot. I thought you were my best friend. Well, you see, at least you know now. I don't know what your alternatives are, but you might want to check on that. Hello to Santa Claus checking in. Another night of chains and road closures over Donner Summit tonight. I sent you the Caltrans updated road report for I-80 there, which reads like this. High wind advisories in effect at the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. In Northern California, the Sierra Nevada, chains are required on all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels from Nyack to Hirschdale Road in Truckee. All right, that's Northern California. Please research your chain control locations as Caltrans is currently working to update chain control descriptions for consistency with internet mapping like Google Maps and MapQuest. Eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. Drivers must have maximum chains in their possession in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited. Westbound trucks are being screened 5 miles west of Reno at Mogul. Drivers must have maximum chains, blah, blah, same thing. Permit loads prohibited. So it sounds like another fun night along I-80. But, yeah, forecasters told us the snow, some of those passes may become impassable at some point. Heat wave is back. What'd you forget? Heat wave? Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you for taking me back. Senor, I wanted to give some props out to CB and Woody for giving me some more information on some of the hotels that are going to be about maybe a two-thirds cheaper than the ones that are going to be around the truck show event.
Right around the convention
so
center.
Maybe a little bit. Yeah. So it may be a little bit away from it, but you'll definitely won't be paying the high top dollar price of whatever $300 per night. It's like good.
Yep.
Lord.
Yep. And in some cases, they want a 3-night minimum. Did they tell you that?
Yeah, I think you had said that.
Yeah.
So it was like, well, yeah. Well, I guess especially now these days, you're going to try to make money any way you can by any means possible. And I don't know if they do that. I'm sure they do that here in Albuquerque for the Balloon Fiesta for the whole 9 days that it's on for. But yeah, it's a crying shame that I guess it's the law of supply and demand. There's going to be a demand for rooms and a limited supply, and you're going to get as much as you can, when you can, how you can. So it's kind of like those weekend rates, no? Friday and Saturday nights are always the more expensive nights than Sunday through Thursday. So what the hey. But yeah, I just wanted to give them a shout out and say thank you very much, CB, and you too, Woody, for the information, and thank you, Steve, for passing along my number. And if anybody else wants my number to chew the fat with or whatnot, please feel free to give it out. All right.
Absolutely.
All right, senor. We will talk to you later. You have yourself a good night.
Thank you very much for checking back in. You got it there. 10 past the hour at 844-844-3388. I guess you could call it, I don't know. I feel for the guy, but, when they say, the rules are the rules, and regardless of the circumstances, if you break the rules, sometimes you're going to pay the price. Regardless, again, of how ludicrous the circumstances surrounding the situation might be. See how you feel about the story. A Virginia restaurant owner, military veteran, who attracted national attention refusing to comply. Going back in time when we had all these lockdowns, restrictions that varied from one state to the next in regards to COVID. He was refusing to comply with Governor Northam's orders. Well, he had his establishment raided this past Friday morning. After all this time? Yes, after all this time. Matt Strickland is actually a Virginia State Senate candidate who runs the popular Fredericksburg restaurant known as Gourmelt's. He filmed his confrontation with the Virginia State Troopers, local police, the Virginia Alcohol Beverage Control Authority agents, the ABC agents as they call them, who descended on his establishment saying, if you've got children, you're setting them up for failure by not standing up now. You go back to February of last year, 2021, he lost his health permit. He was sued by the Virginia Attorney General's office the following month. Gourmelt's had allowed patrons, they say, to sit at the bar during the pandemic without wearing masks or social distancing in defiance of the governor's orders. A judge denied the state's request for an injunction to immediately close his restaurant. The Attorney General's office ultimately dropped all the charges against him, and the Department of Health reinstituted his license. Looked like he had won. The victory was partial, however. His license to sell alcoholic beverages, suspended in September of 21, remained a sticking point for the ABC agents, the Alcohol Beverage Control Authority, which included the board chair, Maria Everett, and the board CEO, Travis Hill, who are apparently keen to continue doing the former Governor Northam's bidding. And in this case, that would be hobbling Strickland's business. While the ABC put a stay on the enforcement of the order, giving Strickland an opportunity to appeal, last month, the Circuit Court of Spotsylvania County reportedly ruled in favor of the ABC and against the restaurant Gourmelt's. Following the court's ruling, the ABC ordered Gourmelt's to stop serving alcohol for 90 days, effective November the 15th. This just a couple weeks ago. Now, they offered to reduce the suspension to 14 days and a $4,000 penalty plus investigative cost, but Strickland was not interested in capitulating. After all, the restaurateur figured that having won back his health department license in the courts, the ABC should have restored his liquor license as well. According to the statement issued by the ABC on Friday, The establishment failed to comply with the ABC board order and continued to serve beer, wine, and mixed beverages to customers despite administrative proceedings and the final order of the Circuit Court of Spotsylvania County, affirming Virginia's ABC's decision to suspend his wine and beer on and off premises and his mixed beverage license. So the raid occurs Friday. WUSA reports the ABC agents, accompanied by members of law enforcement, stormed Gourmelt's Friday morning, executing a search warrant for the sales records and information pertaining to the possession of alcoholic beverages without a license, maintaining a common nuisance, and the illegal sale of alcoholic beverages. He actually recorded a portion of the raid where he could be heard asking officers, "How do you feel about coming to shut a man's business down for not following COVID mandates that are not constitutional?" At one point in the video, after one officer explained that the agents were looking into whether the restaurant was selling liquor without a license, he says, quote, "I'm telling you right here to your face right now, I'm selling alcohol." When some of those on the scene suggested we're just doing our job, Strickland said, well, that excuse has been worn out in Hitler's Nazi Germany. It is no longer viable. We're just doing our job. He said, you're shutting down a man's livelihood for not following COVID mandates that did not do anything to prevent COVID. It set your kids back so many years, these mandates. It set small businesses back so many years. It destroyed small businesses, destroyed them. It destroyed families. It destroyed our community, our country. The Freelance Star indicated that while it's not clear what sort of punishment he might now face, they do say selling alcohol without a license can carry a penalty of up to 1 year behind bars. Nonetheless, he says, I'm not backing down. He said, I'm not afraid of the state. I'm not afraid of the federal government. I spent most of my adult life fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan. I have no problem coming home and fighting here in Virginia. He uploaded a video to Twitter this past morning indicating that he's staying the course, having realized early on that these COVID mandates were more about control than they were about health and safety. Told reporters over the weekend that the allure of his establishment is when the patrons come in, they're stepping back into what the United States of America used to be. That is free. They're stepping into freedom. Now, I mentioned he's actually a candidate running against Delegate Tara Durant in Fredericksburg for the 27th District Senate seat there in the state. He supports mitigating government overreach, improving border security, combating the defund the police rhetoric, ending the scourge of critical race theory, and buttressing parental rights, upholding the Second Amendment at all costs, and lowering taxes. He's got quite the platform that I would be 100% behind. But I guess you're playing a bit of a dangerous game when they suspend a liquor license. You can get in big-time trouble for selling alcoholic beverages without a license, right? Hey, good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
I think the moral of that story, Steve, is the United States now is turned into go after your political opponents however you can. That's what it seems like to me.
Even after the governor was shown the door, if you know what I mean.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Oh man, I got to get a tooth pulled, Steve. Another one. I don't have that many left. They can't get me until Friday, but
oh boy!
Anyway,
one of those deals where it started hurting and it's hurting pretty bad.
I've been doing it for about a week and made some calls today, try to get in. No, can't get you until Friday.
Wow!
But man, did you see any of these videos coming out of China, Steve?
I haven't seen anything new in recent days. No, I just saw some of the early stuff last week.
Yeah, I mean, the protests going on, Steve. This ain't just, a couple hundred, couple thousand people showing up, Steve. This is massive demonstrations. They showed a video of this man standing, like, I guess you can say, on the town square, screaming, "Give me freedom or give me death." In China,
wow.
Steve. Now, they said, the guy that had this video up, I guess spent a lot of time in China. He said, man, if this would have happened, in the past, that people would have thought he was nuts, and walked away from him. But he had a large crowd, and the crowd started chanting with him. He said, which is unheard of, it's precedented. And it didn't take long for the communist police to show up to snatch him up and cart him off, and we probably know what was going to happen to him. And the citizens stepped in. They outnumbered the police, surrounded this man, and kind of grabbed him by his arms and offed him off, got him out of there before the police could snatch him up. Which is saying a lot, Steve, coming from the CCP there. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
For the people to stand up and do that. And, we're talking about losing our freedom of speech here, Steve. It's not even, our freedom of speech is gone. You're not even allowed to have an opinion now. Right?
Correct.
So you might have got canceled just because somebody said, hey, this is my opinion. It's not the opinion of the show I'm talking on. This is just, you're not allowed to have opinions anymore, Steve. That's how bad it's getting. Did you hear, along with this whole Elon Musk thing and the government stepping in and trying to control Twitter, did you hear that Katie Hobbs requested that Twitter remove some posts or tweets or whatever you want to call them? She sent a request into the government saying, hey, there's some tweets going on that I don't really like, and I think they should probably be taken down. And it's part of the Homeland Security. I can't remember the name of the off branch there, but hey, man, we'll get right on that. This was a lady running against Kari Lake, Steve. And she's got her mixed into doing this stuff, too, and she just won re-election.
Mm-hmm.
So it's deep. It's real deep.
And I guess they did finally certify the election, right?
Yes, sir. I know there's being some, suits being filed, But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow or today, however you look at it over there in Georgia, Or is it Pennsylvania? I don't know. It's late.
No, Georgia.
Where's Herschel running?
Yeah, Georgia. That's the runoff. Walker versus Warnock. Yeah. The media is kind of leaning toward. I don't know. I had my sister-in-law and her husband up this past when they live there in Georgia, and I asked him about it. And he said Warnock's going to win. Warnock's going to win it. We're outnumbered.
Yeah, just amazes you, I don't know, Steve, I kind of think, man, it's the deep state is just dug in too deep. It's been going on too long. I don't know if we'll be able to turn it around or not. It's going to probably take a couple of years to find out if we can or not. But, you got to have hope, I guess. got to have hope. I'm trying to think what else has been going on, man. There's all kind of news over the weekend. I was working, so I didn't get to hear too much of it. Mm-hmm. Had a homicide Friday night we were dealing with. That took up several hours. Steve, the wind was kicking.
Yeah.
It was the wind was kicking. I mean, we had probably, I don't know, 15 shell casings laying out on the sidewalk, right? And we got our little cones and our little things set up, you know. And the wind's just blowing them down the street, casings and all, man. So much for trying to preserve that crime.
So I had no idea where this casing actually started, but here it is down the street here.
Yeah, right. You know, it is what it is.
So how about last night? You had that 75 shut down. Was that a fatal? Do you know? Because I mean, it was shut down most of the night.
What time did that happen? I got off at midnight last night, Steve.
Okay.
Remember I told you I accidentally went in on my Kelly day. So they owed me a few hours, so I actually got off at midnight.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, it was during the first hour, you know, somebody said, what's going on 75, and then, you know, just literally minutes before the show ended, it was still shut down, so all night long.
Yeah. Sorry about your luck. I know I was home in the house. So, all right, my man. Have a good night. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Keep your fingers crossed for tomorrow.
See what happens in Georgia. And what about the Hunter Biden laptop thing? Yeah, they're getting a lot of attention all of a sudden. Well, rightfully so. It's been, 3 years? You know, we've kept it under wraps for 3 years now. They've had the damn thing since 2019. The FBI's had it since 2019. James Comer, representative out of Kentucky, he is about to become the House Oversight Committee chairman next month when the new Congress takes over. Said it'll be interesting to learn if Twitter executives mentioned in journalist Matt Taibbi's expose of the old Twitter long before Elon Musk purchased the platform, were acting on their own back in October of 2020? Or were they coerced into suppressing the New York Post story on Hunter Biden? They're going to get to the bottom of this. His line of thinking: if members of Joe Biden's presidential campaign team in 2020 or any other federal officials actually colluded with Twitter on scuttling the Hunter piece, this is going to lead to some very serious charges. That's his quote. Serious, simply put, there might be concrete evidence that government officials worked closely to suppress that story. With the new Congress ready to hit the ground running, said he and Representative Jim Jordan have been diligently lining up candidates for oversight interviews and investigations, and the so-called Twittergate bombshell that was unleashed Friday will also be probed extensively. Who ordered what? I'm focused on the Biden investigation, he said. Yeah, we know that now President Biden has already lied so much about his so-called lack of knowledge regarding his son's laptop, as well as his business dealings with Russia and China, or China and Ukraine, I should say. So.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. military is warning that China is rapidly building a large force of space weapons, including sophisticated anti-satellite missiles, lasers, jammers, orbiting killer robots, and cyber tools. The Pentagon released details of Beijing's growing space arms arsenal last week in its annual report to Congress on the Chinese military. The New York Police Department revealed Monday that anti-Semitic hate crimes in the city have more than doubled from this time a year ago. There were 45 hate crimes motivated by anti-Semitism in November versus 20 in November of 2021. And in the Hollywood Hills, many are solemn tonight. Actress Kirstie Alley has died at the age of 71 after a short battle with cancer. This is USA Radio News.
And if you're one of those companies that stayed open during COVID, I have some great news for you. Government funds are available to reward companies who stayed open during that challenging time. It's not a loan. You don't have to pay it back. Your hard work to stay open could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at refundsasap.com. That's refundsasap.com. You heard that right. Up to $26,000 per employee. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the tax experts at refundsasap.com. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work, then they share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify, including those who took PPP loans. If you have 5 or more employees, let refundsasap.com help you get up to $26,000 per employee. Visit refundsasap.com, refundsasap.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. I'm looking here at the message. Gilligan said, no sound on the phone line. I'm on hold. You might need to reset. Okay. See See how quickly I can take care of that. With the click of a mouse, right? We'll do that. It does take a couple of clicks. All right, there we go. Should be back up and running in a moment. I shared the email earlier from Tom Kelly. Good morning, Tom. If you're up and listening in at this hour via tncradio.live, which reads, Steve, after careful consideration and review of a call made to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in April of 2022, while on the air, TNC Radio has decided to extend most favored show status to the producers and host of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in perpetuity. At this time, we cannot tell you who said what or when exactly they said it. All we can say is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive rocks. We hope you and your fantastic listeners understand our position as our decision is final. Okay, so I guess we can't reject it, right? With that in mind, coming up 5 a.m. right after the Overnight Drive Eastern Time, you're invited to listen in, starting at 5, to Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. How can you change the people around you? Well, here's the big news. What most people do to change other people ultimately fails. You'll find out why. Then catch a very special episode of the Truckers Network radio show from Monday afternoon. The leadership of the Truckers Christmas Group talk about how we can all work together to make sure trucking families that are in need can receive some financial support during this busy, sometimes challenging time of the year. And finally, 7 a.m., it's Rob Frazier from TFC Global as he challenges drivers to make the wise choice regardless of audience. It's www.tncradio.live. You can learn more. And just like the Overnight Drive app, you can download the tncradio.live app and listen on that smartphone. There you go. All right. Midnight Special, I believe it is, if the phones are back up and working properly. Hello, Midnight Special.
Yeah, good morning. I'm here.
All right. Thanks for dialing us up.
Yeah. I want to talk about that Moore County. I got a brother lives there in Aberdeen. Got Aberdeen, Pinehurst, and Southern Pines. They right there together.
Mm-hmm.
And he was telling me that they had took a girl in for questioning because of a Facebook post she had made. And they've already labeled her as a right-winger, but I don't think they've charged her with anything. And I did see an article about that because they were having a drag show there that they were, I can't remember which, I think it was Southern Pines was having the drag show.
Yeah.
And they were going against it. She made a post on Facebook. Well, they went and paid her a visit and took her down there to the jailhouse, but I don't think they ever charged her with anything. But the media went crazy with that once they found out about it.
Well,
and,
they would love it if that was the case, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and I know I live about 2 miles from a Duke substation, and that place is lit up like a football field at night, and there's cameras all around it. So I don't think it's going to be hard for them to find who done it, like I said, because everyone I've ever seen, they've had cameras all around them.
Mm-hmm.
They may know something, they just ain't saying nothing yet. Who knows? But I was looking at an article. I couldn't pull it up. I was in a bad area. I saw about a FedEx delivery driver killing a 7-year-old girl.
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yes. Yes. Sadly enough, yeah, that is a true story.
Yeah, I had bad service and I couldn't get it pulled completely up. That's why I was wondering about it.
Well, I had not touched on that story, but I guess since inquiring minds want to know, it's just, I had one driver, I can't remember who it was, a few months ago that I said, well, I haven't heard from you in a while. And he said, Steve, when you share these stories about, gloom and doom and death, I just couldn't take it. So some things I try to, say, all right, that's just more horrific news regarding the truck driver. But, I'll pull that up for you.
All right. Well, Nick, I hope Walker wins today. Y'all have a good morning.
All right, good luck with that. I'm not holding my breath on that particular scenario, but back to the Moore County though, where apparently they've now declared a state of emergency as the power outages continue. Under the state of emergency, there is a curfew in place from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. each night. And residents of the county are encouraged to conserve fuel. The spokesman for Duke Energy said this past day they had restored power to about 7,000 customers. About 38,000 remain in the dark. And it's likely that full restoration will not happen until at least Wednesday or Thursday. The Duke Energy general manager said that the damage is beyond repair in some areas. That leaves us with no option but to replace large pieces of equipment, which is not an easy or quick task. The outage has also rendered wastewater pumps in the area out of order. Schools in the county have been closed. Traffic lights are out. Emergency shelters have been open to the public. In Carthage, residents say they're in the homes where it's been pretty darn chilly down there. The unheated home had dipped to 55 degrees inside. This is not what I wanted to be doing today or last night or the night before. Stringing power cords, eating cold ham. Again, it all started back about 7 o'clock there Saturday evening. Evidence discovered indicating an intentional vandalism had occurred at multiple sites. So, we'd gone through everything they had said at the press conference. Obviously, Homeland Security Secretary this past afternoon said, yes, this appears to have been deliberate, undoubtedly. We're working with energy companies and local communities to address the situation. The question is it an act of malfeasance or something else? Early evidence suggests it was deliberate, and obviously the investigation is underway. The FBI is involved. All right. A criminal act. And we get back to the calls here. Scarecrow is on board. Morning, Scarecrow. What's happening?
I'm glad you got the feed back up and running. I called in and I was listening to dead silence 2 or 3 different times, and I was banging my headset on the dash and banging my phone, and I swore up and down it was on my end.
I'll be darned. I had no idea. I mean, I saw some people that would call and then they'd be on hold and they'd drop off. I guess that's kind of what Gilligan was talking about.
Yeah, I'd have been at least one of them. So either way, yeah, you're sounding good. Now that New York has put out the bat signal looking for a rat czar, should we expect to see an uprising from PETA? They're certainly going to come to the rescue of them cute little furry critters, aren't they? In fact, there might be a particular breed amongst the mix that's on the endangered species list. So, they'll raise Cain with the state on this issue.
Right.
Rambler, when he called in the first time, did he say he was wearing shorts at the time? Something like that?
Something along the lines of shorty shorts or something. I don't know.
Shorty, see, it wasn't just me. I wanted him to clarify this. If he was wearing shorty shorts, he has warped my vision of what the truck driver is going to look like out here, man. I got to wonder if he's wearing spurs along with them shorty shorts there, But either way, he did say he would call in later, but maybe I missed his second call. Either way, we'll put his toes to the fire on the next time he calls in on that. You touched on something about the Apollo spaceship, the rocket, earlier on in the program. Steve, you're a space and rocket man there. You could gift yourself, this year. Lego makes a fantastic, I think it's a 110th scale version of the entire Apollo unit. Along with it, it does have a lunar lander that comes with it too.
Yeah.
Both of my boys, they picked one up. I mean, the thing is over 3 foot tall. You can display it vertical or horizontal. There's some stands for it, and our granddaughter, she helped the U2 driver, put that one together, and so and it's actually a fairly reasonable price as far as Legos go and such. Those sets, they usually run about 10 cents per piece as a kit goes, and there's nearly 2,000 pieces on that. But so either way, there's something for you to consider. Now, St. Nicholas Day, 66 going on 67 years. I can't say I've ever heard of it.
Really?
And no, truthfully, granted, St. Nick and all.
Yeah.
But and we're heavy Norwegian and German presence up here. No, I can't say I've ever heard of that. And but somewhere in the mix there, spam came up. Now, and this is purely coincidental. I mean, we as kids, we had spam pretty regular, and the coolest thing about it was back then they had that little key that you used to peel the metal ring around it to open it and whatnot. Well, this past last Friday, I stopped at Mama Crow's house on the way home for a cup of coffee, and she asked me to help open this container. Well, here is a container of spam, and it was unsalted light version.
Yeah.
And we were actually both a little disappointed in that. It took a whole lot of pepper to, bring some flavor out in it. But now, some astute listener is going to say, well, didn't Crow say that Mama Crow wound up in urgent care Sunday? And my thoughts are, okay, they're going to make a connection with spam and her visit to urgent care. But given that I did not land in a nursing bedway, I don't think that was the case there. But anyway, that leads into that visit, Steve. If you remember last night, Mom had said, no, I'm not going to the hospital. Urgent care said they've done what they could do, and that was her next stop. And now she'd had enough. She's had a full life and such, and she's going to go home and rest in peace, so to speak. Well, I swung in there this morning just to it'd be yesterday morning now, to double check on her with even thoughts of worst case scenario. What am I going to find? Well, she apparently overnight and then yesterday morning, she got to thinking that maybe we're not quite ready for the pearly gates yet. And she said if I don't want to take her down, that she's calling an ambulance, but she wants to go to emergency. So as we speak, she's resting comfortably in the Gunderson healthcare system, nursing bed. You got pneumonia and a few other elderly things going on there, but she's going to be with us for a little while longer in here. The way it looks. One of the RN asked her what the heck, what's been her secret to 98 years of vitality and such, and what'd you do for fun as a youngster? And she was quiet for a bit, and she said, well, we really didn't have fun. We grew up on a farm, and we worked, and we did this, and we did that, and there's no doubt in my mind that, Steve, is what contributes to longevity. honest work and such. So
the simple
anyway,
life.
that's
the simple life.
Oh, exactly. I mean, she referenced driving the horses and the horse hitches and this and that. That's all they had. In the initial years of farming, it wasn't probably until the mid 40s that Grandpa got a real tractor and such. So yeah, she's a true all-American girl there and whatnot. But anyway, that's all I had for you now. You can squeeze a couple more in pretty easy there. So
all righty,
we'll cut you loose. So
thank you much.
Catch up later.
Thank you much. We'll do that. Let's see. Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Yes, Kirstie Alley, rest in peace. Another entertainment icon gone. Time stands still for no one. That's true. Time to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Only 19 days till Christmas. And 25 days till the new year, 2023. Truck and Phil on board Semper Fi. Speaking of which, I think Kentucky Ken joined us here a bit ago, too, didn't he? Yeah, there he is. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Starting my new gig or my new assignment this morning with a shuttle home daily position going to Columbus, Ohio, and then to Nashville, Tennessee is on the agenda this morning. Stay safe. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right. Hey, good to hear from you there, Kentucky Ken, and I hope all goes well on the new gig there. Hope you enjoy that. Good morning. Rainy, 46 degrees here in New Tazewell, Tennessee. Hope everybody has a safe day today. Thank you so much. By the way, when I stepped out of the bunker for a smoke break a little bit ago, they were talking about, earlier they were talking about, visibility maybe down to a mile. Yeah, that has kind of changed. I said, visibility is a hell of a lot less than a mile right now. I said, there's some dense fog outside the secret bunker. So I pulled up the page, and they actually did upgrade, for areas, northern Kentucky, right through Cincinnati, all the way up to the Dayton area, and over on the Indiana side of the border. That dense fog advisory again. So the upgrade, visibility down to a quarter mile or less. That's a whole lot less than a mile. So east central and southeast Indiana, northern Kentucky, southwest and west central Ohio. That is in place till the noon hour today. It's rather lengthy fog delay. Okay. Hazardous driving conditions with low visibility this morning. All right, Big Sexy checks in. How's your week starting out? It's like your Monday, huh?
Yeah, kind of running a little bit late this morning. Didn't get them till about 1:30, 1:15, something like that. Yeah, we got rain here too, it's raining on and off. It's kind of a fine rain every now and then sometimes it gets a little heavier. But it's 55 degrees now, warming up a little bit.
So
how's your week going?
Doing all right. It's early in the week, but off to a good start.
Yeah. I hadn't talked to you in a while. I thought I'd check in when I heard you say a while ago you had wide open lines.
Yeah, we were almost empty earlier, and things kind of got busy in the last hour or so, finally. And I don't know, some of it may have been, the phone lines might have been screwed up. I don't know how long they were out of whack there, but...
Every time you say wide open lines and I decide to jump on there, it's like everybody jumps on there. That happens every time.
Yeah.
I think, well, wide open lines, I can get on there pretty quick.
Yeah,
no.
Sure enough. Yeah, I went from, I think I had one caller on hold, then I went out and came back in, then, hey, the lines were full. It's like, what the hell?
Well, that's about really all I had for you. I just going to check in with you and see how things are going and let y'all know I'm still out here and still kicking.
How about all your, I mean, you guys getting a lot of rain down there this week, aren't you? I mean, you're in that zone where they're saying 3 to 6 inches?
Yeah, I think from the 5th to the 10th, they're saying 3 to 6 for us. So, you know, we've already had quite a bit, and it's not nowhere near the 10th yet.
Oh, boy. Okay, yeah, you got that first storm, I guess, is east of you now. You got another system begins coming in later today or something. Rain. All right, we got time to squeeze one more in here. 5-7. There you go. I think I had you on the line at the same time as Big Sexy, didn't I?
Yeah, no problem. Good company. Real quick, the top of the hour news with Elon Musk is, I guess he's involved in some kind of a medical testing, including animals. Well, I guess you got to expect it. The government is going after Elon over that, quote, some informer saying that there's mistreatment of animals here. I wonder if that's true or
Elon,
if it's just a plan.
He's been involved for quite some time in this brain implant chip or something that's going to, it's a Neuralink thing. So that is a real scenario. And I thought they just announced a week or two ago that they're about ready to actually show how this thing works, and a brain implant. And yeah, so I guess somebody says, hey, he was testing on monkeys, cruelty to animals, and blah, blah, blah. So
Get back. It's get back from the government time. Obviously, the Democrats hate that they have what they're doing put out in the open. There's got to be, that's a problem in itself. They got to stay in the dark to do what they got to do. So, Elon, prayers for that man, and you keep on dumping out all the information. So at least the Americans have the truth. But I'm not sure if they care. But I just wanted to get on there and throw that out.
Yeah, okay.
Let you know.
Yeah, I saw the headline on that. Yeah, it just seems like a couple of weeks ago the government was going to go after Elon for something else. What was it? I mean, yeah, anything the guy's doing right now. I mean, they're not real happy about his releasing these facts about government interference. You know, because that's the words they're using: government interference, and interference. Twitter, which ultimately, essentially, was in a roundabout way election interference. But Neuralink is a brain implant that the hope is one day will help paralyzed people be able to walk again and cure other neurological ailments. I mean, you were just talking about Alan Jackson earlier with his neurological kind of thing that might be able to help him to not be stumbling on the stage anymore, right? So, yeah, it's an investigation right now into the use of animals in the testing. I guess there's rules about what you can and can't do with animal testing, right? Don't have time to go any further into that because we've got to close it out on a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. See you back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.